Ignore all this void. Ignore it. Ignore it. We're fine. We're fine. Let's go do some MSQ, shall we?
We cannot hide from evil.
Many in Hallowfall will call you outsider. I would call you friend. I would also ask for your help. If you're no stranger to combat, desperate times forge strong friendships. General Steelstrike ordered the army to fall back from the Nerubian onslaught. In doing so, she abandoned a lamplighter and many troops to the darkness. I may not be able to save them on my own, but with your help I may succeed. If you're willing, ride with me or meet me there. Now, I'm going to say something extremely controversial. Dragonflight and War Within are better written than FF14. And I stand by that, by the way. Because they are. I don't know how to better say that. There's a lot of really good writing in terms of exposition, in terms of dialogue, in terms of tone. It's really good stuff. For example, everything we just read there, right there, implies everything we need to know about exactly what's going on here and why and when and where. Many here will call you outsider. I would call you friend. So we already have a little bit of an inclination into what kind of a people these are, how insular they are, and how this woman doesn't quite fit into that. I would ask for your help if you are no stranger to combat. Desperate times forge strong friendships. This also implies that she's a little bit on the desperate side because things are bad. Okay, I'm with that. General Steelstrike ordered the army to fall back from the Nerubian onslaught. In doing so, she abandoned a lamplighter and many troops to darkness. Note she does not say that was the wrong decision. There's no insult implied. There's no slanting. It's just, this is an action that happened. So, I want to go help save them. I can't. So if you're willing to help me, let's go make a shot of it. We have characterization for Steelstrike, characterization for Farron, and world building and culture building for the Arathi as a whole. All in 2 paragraphs and 1 sentence. Thank you, Kennex Cow, very much, as always. And if you give me a moment. I don't even have that document up. I will find the document. Oh yeah, also specific mention of a lamplighter, which we don't know what lamplighter is. The only thing we know about a lamplighter is that it's significant enough to A, be a capital L, and B, be something she specifically mentioned alongside troops. So distinct and relevant. And again, all of that is exposited, just bam, just like that. And yeah, exactly, Mr. Ed. Like, this is why the empty text negative exists. Now, it's worth noting FF14 has been getting better and better and better about empty text. But this is why I will still say WoW is better written as of, modern WoW. Because it is. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Like, it is objectively better written. Oh, hey. Okay, I can tilt the camera back up. Alright, we're good, we're good. So, Jack Block, Jedi, Fallen Order, Yakuza 0.
In my heart, there is fire.
I'm Farron, lamplighter of Hallowfall. I have a relief cart prepped for the war. Will you join me?
Anduin. I'm an adventurer, exploring Kazalgar with my friend.
Yep, that's it. He's an adventurer.
Shadow falls,
Lamplighters rise.
You are the first friendly outsider I've met other than the Earthen. I have many questions, but those will have to wait. I'm in need of help from those unafraid of dangers in the dark.
A beacon in the dark.
Yeah, by the way, did you notice how Farron made a very snap decision here? Like, we show up and we're like, hey, what's up? And she's having an argument with Steelstrike about the withdrawal that they just dealt with. And by sheer virtue of us and Anduin, they're like, oh, you're probably a friendly. Now, this makes a lot of sense to me for several reasons. First, and let's get this out of the way, Anduin's human. So, hello, fellow human. someone she doesn't recognize, but someone nevertheless is of a species she does. And, well, yeah, like it or not, that is going to be something that's going to incline you. Our species almost doesn't matter because we are clearly with him. And that's the other line of things. Two people, or however many people are actually coming here in lore, show up and are clearly like, you know, we're tight, we're bros, cool. And I know that sounds strange, but we're tight, we're bros, cool is not the vibe that most villainous individuals do. You know, it's not like... If this was the Blighted One and his minion Sigarlagarth, we wouldn't just be walking up like, hey, how are things? We're here to chat, right? The vibe would be different. And, as Mirstar points out, and as we will learn, she even just said they've had friendly interactions with the Earthen before. Not that we're an Earthen in lore, but you get the idea, right? So, okay, that's two separate reasons. But the biggest reason by far is she could probably sense the light. Now, the really funny thing about that is any one of these individually probably wouldn't work by itself, but all three combined, yeah, it's pretty easy to read us as friendlies. And the reason I'm spending so much time on this is because this is the quality of writing here. Hear me out for a second. I'm not going to call it FF14 here, because a lot of games, single player and multiplayer, MMO, would have like a 10-minute sequence here. Halt! You may not enter. No, listen. I am Anduin. I am a human of the Iron Kingdoms. Oh yeah? Can you prove yourself to the light? No, I cannot use the light right now, but I do venerate the light and the tenets thereof. Ah, very well, but we must have your companion. Your companion must prove themselves. Listen, I am saying, oh my god, there's an incident nearby that has to be dealt with. Quick, rush to the incident. Okay, we've saved the incident. All right, you have proven yourself for the moment. And like bumble. Like there's so much time that would be spent here establishing everything that she made a snap judgment on accurately. It's all there. That's the thing. She doesn't need to have this whole 10-minute sequence to... Well, it's true, Evo. You know what I'm talking about. She doesn't need this whole 10-minute sequence to tell that we're cool. I just pointed out the three things that immediately indicate that we're cool. Human, light, friendly. Yeah, Steel Strike also didn't try to stop it. She's just like, all right. It's like that. And yeah, Huthor is correct. There is no wheel spinning here. It is worth noting that Faerun is also the kind of person who is a get-things-done person. So this is awesome. This whole thing is awesome. What's the story? Yeah, we're just walking in and like, oh my god. We have airships and a giant crystal in the sky. Hi, where are we? You know, like that's the tone we're here. So, you know one of the reasons I dislike using the term Mary Sue? It's because people misuse the term Mary Sue. Like, I'm sorry, the jailer's a Mary Sue. But most people, when they mean, I don't like this character, they'll say, oh, they're a Mary Sue. Like, it's become an insult word, or people are trying to make it an insult word. And I'm trying to push back against that as hard as I can, because that's stupid. Mary Sue is a demonstrative. It's something that is actually a character archetype. Yeah, literally, one of the first things Faerun says is, I can't do this by myself, but now that you're here, we might be able to manage this. Notice the might. She has no idea who we are. She has no idea what we're capable of. She doesn't know that one of the strongest individual people on the planet just showed up. She just sees two adventurers, and she's like, all right, let's do it. Hopefully. Hope is another big theme for Faerun. She doesn't have... She's strange because she doesn't have the same level of zealotry most light users have, but there's a certainty to how she operates. Which makes sense. Certainty, faith. Is it Kobyss? What have you not heard of before, Ludifer? Or are you talking about people being stupid about Faerun, in which case, never mind. Yep, Kobus. I thought so. Okay, sorry. Have you never heard of the term Mary Sue? Oh, I can elucidate on that if you'd like. Because I've actually studied the damn term. Okay, sorry about that. I wanted to type up all my thoughts about why this is, you know, why this is a plus to story. Because just immediately, this is good storytelling. Bam, right out the gate. Yeah, Hallowfall's probably going to crush most of the previous zones. I think it's going to be staring at the Emerald Dream for competition.
We have strayed from favor. Obey the testament of Merildar.
Just going to turn that really quick, don't mind me. Yeah, this is also our first town we see. Town. Interesting architecture. Yeah, I saw the dialogue. We'll get back to that. Interesting. I love the architecture. It's actually very Forsaken. Or rather, what the Forsaken used to look like. Better way to put that. Distinct enough to be its own thing, because they have this thing with, like, that. Like, right there just says it. I don't even know how to put it in words. It's heavy emphasis on sharp edges without curves, and you can see it everywhere. You can see it everywhere in their architecture. Like, it's not brutalist, right? Like, brutalist is what the Earthen have. Do you see, however, like, even on the roof here, there's these sharp spikes on top, and how the trusses come together in these chunk kind of a thing? Yeah, it's not quite steampunk, but it's definitely taking some inspirations from that. And you can just kind of feel it there. And yeah, just a little bit elven, you know? Which would, again, make sense. Oh yeah, let's get this out of the way. I'm just going to jot down a potential story of negative right now. So there's this entire empire on the other side of the world that's never been so much as hinted at or mentioned at any point in time, ever, including the many times we've literally been to space. Like, I'm sorry. What? Now, that's still kind of a question marky thing. I'm just going to jot that down for now. I might get rid of that, but, like, for real, how the hell have we missed an entire other empire? You know, the Romans and the Chinese had trade and knowledge of each other. Do you know that? Think about the technology in Roman times. Think about the level of effort it was to walk from the Mediterranean to China and back. And they did it. If you want to go into the water side, look up sometime how many people would get out in what are effectively fancy canoes and spread across the Pacific. Like, I'm sorry. I'm using that as a specific example, but my point is the odds of there being absolutely no trade, connection, interaction, or otherwise knowledge of this entire other empire, which has airships, by the way, is functionally zero. The only way it might work is if they pull a trick like Pandaria. I was willing to let it go in Pandaria because it was actually a major plot point for the entire setting that Pandaria was literally veiled in mists. It was directly connected to the Loa of Pandaria and the Shaw of Pride. Now, there are ways they can make this work. I can think of ways they can make this work. To my knowledge, they have not made this work yet. They're just there. And it's like, and that's I think that's the biggest problem. As much as I just mentioned how you don't need to spin our wheels for a moment, please explain why there's an entire other empire we've never heard of. Like, give me something, game. Not mentioned in the Chronicles book, not mentioned in the lore knowledge, not mentioned in Dragonflight, not mentioned anywhere at all, ever. No indication. And I think that's the thing that bothers me the most. Like, we have more indications of that stupid pirate lady, I don't even remember her frickin' name, than we do the Arathi. It was the jailer. God damn him. Night Squall, thank you. Like, they know how to drop hints about story threads. Most favorite moment in the WoW stream so far? Oh, geez, I don't know. Favorite moment of the stream? Yesterday, doing the delves with everyone. Least favorite moment? Yesterday. I'm kidding. Least favorite would probably be... honestly, like, just the middle section of BC. I know that's not a moment, but it's like the entire stretch of doing the middle chunk of content in BC. Like, Hellfire Peninsula gets bad before you even leave the zone, right? And then it just starts slogging. You hit Zangarmarsh, you hit Terrakar, you hit the Bones Wastes, and then you hit Blade's Edge. And by the time you're at Blade's Edge, I'm throwing in the towel. Now, I say that section specifically because if you remember, Shadowmoon Valley and Netherstorm both kind of were on an upswing. All of a sudden, a lot more quality. But that middle chunk was just, oh, God.
That crystal.
Star. We call it a star. Beledar, the Emperor's vision of holy light.
A vision of light. Deep under the ground.
We're the Hallowfall expedition of the Arathi Empire. We followed our Emperor's sacred vision across the sea.
To fight in Renalash, the final battle between light and dark.
As we crossed the sea, we were caught in a storm. The fleet was, enveloped in golden radiance. In a flash, our entire armada was transported down here.
You've been down here fighting the Nerubians ever since?
I was just a child. The only child when we were marooned. The Nerubians have never ceased their hostility. Nerubians are still tunneling under the wall. The people of Hallowfall aren't safe. Steelstrike's army does well beneath Beledar's light. Those bugs are good at extinguishing hope. We Lamplighters have trained to charge into the darkness. We save those who are lost and keep the Dawn Towers lit. We're here. Great Chiron! You're alive!
Farron, your courage acquits you well, young lamplighter.
So if he looks familiar, we saw a wax statue of him earlier, which was probably a bit of foreshadowing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to turbo ultra bow. Brr. Oh God, please don't be an alternate dimension garbage. I will give I swear, I promise right now, if they're from some alternate frickin' multiverse of Azeroth, I will give an extra negative for it on the spot. Dragon Age 4, Little Kitty Big City, and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Thank you. Yeah, let's get... No, we're done. Alright, Ultimate one of these kingdoms. Ah! I mean, okay. Let me try to explain why that irritates me so much. First of all, that's probably it. You realize it, right? Think about what we know. There's this entire massive ultra empire who venerates the light and it lives on Azeroth and everything's cool. We've never heard of them before, and I stress this, ever. Then they send out an expedition. That expedition is teleported. The whole fleet is teleported down here. Now we know, with total sincerity, that that kind of mass teleportation can and does cross dimensional lines. So, it is actually feasible that they were pulled here, or sent here, take your pick, from another Azeroth. And that would actually pretty neatly explain why there is zero indication that this other Arathi exists, because, you know, it's hard to have interaction with an empire that's on another dimension. Another timeline, if you will. Now, you know what I would do? Because I actually have had an idea here. I don't remember if they ever mentioned this outright, but I'm pretty sure... Hang on, let me reread that text just there. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, no kidding, hear what noise. What if Arathi is underground? We know there's a fairly substantial substrata in Azeroth. That's nothing new. I mean, I could tell you that by literally turning around and looking that way. So if the Arathi Empire is and always has been underground, you know, some offshoot that found some tunnel somewhere from, you know, from the original Arathor Empire from 500 years ago or whatever. And they go chunk, 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 chunk. Yeah, you get it. It literally could be beyond the Underzee, to use a reference. But also, seriously. Well, they don't not mention that, Huthor. That's the thing. I even just reread her dialogue just now. She mentions ending up down here, but that doesn't necessarily imply that they were up before. And nothing they've ever talked about that I remember, I pay attention this time around, mentions the fact that they're from the surface. Again, I'll double check that as we go through. If they're underground, I'll probably let it slide. If it's another dimension, I probably won't. And if it's anything else, we'll see. I have decided, in total defiance of my chat, I am going to give that negative right now, because it's stupid. And I don't care if it's a mystery that someday might be answered right now. It's stupid. It is one of the only big irritating points of the entire expansion for me. And it's so frustrating, especially because it is so completely unaddressed. It's as if we go to the bridge of the Enterprise D. Darkrai is correct, of course. It's like we go to the bridge of the Enterprise D, and there's just a Romulan there. No explanation is ever given for this person, and everyone acts like he's always been there. And they just kind of go along with it. Like, what?
I am eager to hear your story.
A hazardous outsider. We called that a lot. Sorry, I'm still a little sore from moving heavy oak things yesterday. The Nerubians took us by surprise. The army went into retreat when the wall was breached. I've been keeping them away with this tower, but I could certainly use your help.
In service to others.
Who are you, Chiron? I served the Empire for many years before coming to Hallowfall, as a warden in our military. When we first arrived in Hallowfall, I volunteered to lead a group in scouting the land. We found what areas were defensible, what was overrun by Nerubians, and the Kobus, hey, and laid a foundation for the defense of Mereldar. I found my calling late in life, bound to a star of prophecy, in an unlikely land beneath the ground. And I will see all who walk in the light of the sacred flame survive another day. What about the Lamplighters? Well, it's not easy to face darkness you know is dangerous. It's even more true in a cave. We lamplighters are the ones who brave the darkness to make sure the Arathi dawn towers are lit and our people are safe. We frequently have strong disagreements with the military, but we're free to do what we believe we must. We're few in number, to be sure, and our willingness to face the darkness in spite of our fears is seen as unusual. But when a lamplighter arrives, the Arathi's hope grows brighter. Nice.
Your flame brings hope.
It is good to see new allies here. Together we have a much better chance of protecting the tower. Also, real quick, I like the kind of like ember, orange, like dull flame backdrop of the quest text there. Just want to comment on that really quick. The Nerubians have overwhelmed us. If we're going to have any chance against them, we're going to need to destroy the burrows they've come to use under the wall. If you can handle that, we'll survive the... Survey the field. We'll survive the field! We'll survey the field.
The darkness.
We owe our service to those in need.
It's hard to see the destruction here, knowing how well the wall has served for so long. Hard to think about the soldiers who died defending it and those that will die if we don't have this defensive advantage. Why don't you leave this place? Hallowfall is a sacred, holy place. Here we guard the Emperor's vision, Beladar. It is our faith in the sacred flame which prevents it from shifting forever into shadow.
Don't give in to fear. We carry the flame.
This wall is impressive, yet the Nerubians were able to overcome it. Will yet another human kingdom fall? Not just a human kingdom, they seem to hail from both Arathar and Quel'Thalas, much like Dalaran was.
We have lost so many.
Be strong.
One dawn tower has fallen, but a faint glimmer of hope remains at the smaller key flame atop the wall. The shattered remnants needed to sustain that light were taken by the Nerubians. Gather the remnants and ignite a beacon of hope.
Despite
The Dawn Tower won't be enough to hold them back. The Nerubians have gotten braver.
We must ignite the key flame on the wall. Its sacred flame will keep the Nerubians at bay.
No and no, respectively, Mr. Red. Which just leaves StarCraft. I apologize, Valerian. I try very hard not to let my own contrariness get involved there. If I can explain that for a second. If it's not obvious, I love FF14, and I love WoW. They're both excellent games. And I highly recommend both to anybody who has an investment in them. There's the tower that got knocked over, by the way. I want to show that off briefly. There's also bits of wreckage of the wall down here. This is a hell of a wall they had going. But no, if I can explain myself briefly. The problem I tend to run into is whenever I stream FF14, people constantly bash WoW. And that gets irritating. And so I'm just like, I tend to kind of push back against that. Because, of course I do. Again, I love both games, right? And so I tend to come across as a little bit more pro-WoW, anti-FF14 while streaming FF14 because of that push, that pressure, that current, you know? Now, I will admit, from a personal perspective, having gone through this series, it's become much, much more obvious that when I think of WoW, I'm thinking of Dragonflight and War Within, which, to be clear, crush FF14. And they do, I'm sorry. I really hope someday FF14 is around long enough and develops long enough to get to that Dragonflight point, you know? Because that would be awesome. That is true, Act. And like I said, I've been trying to get better about it. Well, yeah, WoW also kind of has the advantage. So WoW has a strange benefit going for it, in that you benefit, even if you're playing BC right now, you still benefit from major developments that have happened over the course of the game's development. For example, you still have this screen right here. You still have the class design of Modern WoW. You still have this. The ability to dragonfly around BC, which, if you remember, really improved the overall enjoyment of several zones back in BC. I remember what doing BC zones was like back in the day. It was like this. Hang on. hang on. I'm almost at the staircase. Okay, fine. It's like this. Although, actually, Giga says, you had a mount, come on. Actually, no. The problem is I can't show you how slow it was back in the day, because it's kind of hard to show the 60% mount in Modern WoW. So what you most likely had when you did BC back in the day was you had the 60% mount. Which is pretty much this speed right here. Like, it's slightly faster than this, but it really doesn't feel like it, trust me. For a bit of perspective, this is a 100% boost. So, little under half this speed. Or a little over half this speed. Yeah, even actual flying was substantially slower. Even if I switch flying modes right now, it will not be as slow as it was back in the day. So, no, you're wrong, Giga. Moving on. Yeah, me too, sorry. Ah. No, the original flight, I'm going to have to actually look it up. The BC flight. Hang on. I am literally going to have to look this up because it's been a long time. Okay, so we had... Would you, like, die, please? Okay, here we go. BC. Oh, it's not going to say this flight speed. Okay, here we go. It was, you were actually right. It was 150%. The original flight was 150%. I'm actually shocked it's that fast, because it felt like I was walking. Anybody who's done the original flight speed in BC remembers, it felt like you were crawling through the air. But it was 150%. I've got it right here. Now, if you managed to get to the super fast mounts, so back in the day, flight speed wasn't attached to your skill or your level or whatever. It was on the mount. The mount gave you the flight speed. So if you got one of the really good mounts, that mount gave you 280% speed. The first of those mounts I ever got was in Wrath, for a bit of perspective. And that was the Long Strange Trip. I can even show you it. I still have it. This one, I think? Yep, this one, right here. This was the first fast speed mount that I ever got. It literally took a year to get, because you had to do every achievement for the world events across a year. The blue one? Yeah, I've got the blue one. Maybe? Maybe I don't. I swear I have the blue one somewhere. Oh yeah, it's right there. Boop. This is the one from Utgard Pinnacle. Holy the tricks. Anyway, sorry. Where did I get off on that topic? Oh! Sorry. Before Giga dragged me off topic there. The point I was trying to make was that even if you're not doing Modern WoW, aka the super amazing content and quests and dungeons and delves and story, you're still getting the benefits of Modern WoW, because you still have dragon flying, you still have talent systems, you still have an amazing interface, which has a search feature and filters and all kinds of amazing stuff. You have presets, you have defaults, you have the transmog system, you have all of this Warbound stuff with mounts and pets and toys and heirlooms and appearances and campsites now. And of course, you're always getting the current end of combat. Modern WoW combat, even if you're level 15 and you're off in the Hellfire Peninsula. Wait, really? I was reading something wrong then, because what I saw was journeyman. Or no, sorry, expert route. Wait. Oh! No, you're right. It was 60%. I was reading this wrong. Yeah, no, you're right. It was actually 60%. Okay, never mind. It really was super slow. Ah! What do I recommend for a build? Depends on your class, Dark Messiah. But I'm going to be real. Whatever build feels fun or good for you is probably going to be a good build. Pretty much any spec is viable in WoW right now. I don't think it's got going for it. I will say this. I generally don't recommend using the starter build right there. Now, that might just be me, but the starter builds tend to be a little bit not super great. Like, I don't want to say bad. They're certainly functional, but like, eh. And don't forget, you can respec at will, so if you decide you don't like something, then yeah. Yeah, starter build is for there for people who don't care. Like, I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. I don't mean that as an insult. Rather, I mean that as a statement of fact, because I know people who don't care. Who are just like, yep, I'm playing this now. Boop! Figured out.
Well done. We're in a much stronger position if we only need to defend the breach.
Of course it did, your white noise. It's early in the morning. I mean, I just like having my own builds. If I end up doing something that's template, I kind of don't care because that's not my goal. Speaking of which, I'm not in a group. I should act like I'm not in a group. And we're just going to hit this button over here. Boop. And then let's go ahead and pop out of those and into those. Yeah, did you notice how easily I just changed my talents just now, by the way? Boop, boop, and I'm a different build. And you're probably thinking, what? That's the exact same build. No. I have actually just fundamentally changed how I play the game. So now can do this. Wong. Wong. And you may or may not be able to see them, but there's these little hammers falling from the sky. Every now and again. There you go. See that one? There's another one. And there's another one. And that's what I just changed about my build. Switched abilities. So I can actually talk it out. The ability I used to have was Moment of Glory, which is a 90-second cooldown to allow me to fling my shield a whole lot more. The one I just took instead was Eye of Tyr, which gives me the ability to do the massive nuke in their face, which usually kills at least one thing. And then, as long as I'm maintaining Judgment and Blessed Hammer, I generate a buff, that makes those hammers slam down on things. Yeah, nice wreckage here. Let's get some positives going. Let's offset that one negative I gave. As usual, nobody cares about the cavalcade of 167 positives. No. Everyone cares about the second negative I've given. There's no escaping it. This is how it is. I'm thinking the Aegis Wall here. In fact, I'm going to call this visual storytelling, because that's what this is. Music? Don't be ridiculous. Anyways, music positive. Happy weekend, Roy Ting. Excellent, Spartan. I'm going to be honest with you. No offense intended. I can't imagine why the Arathi showing up out of absolutely nowhere as an empire, as an entire population and organization doesn't bother anybody. Could you explain that? Like, because that really makes no sense to me. No offense. Like, I struggle to come up with a similar situation of how ridiculous this is. Uther thinks it's positive worthy. How? How is bad storytelling a positive? Sorry. More neutral. More neutral. Or magic. To add to Dark Red statement. I do like the light flame they've got going on here. Yeah, the dawn light here. Love it. Anyways.
Not all who wander the darkness are lost. We help those lost to the darkness.
Excellent. If we don't have to worry about the Nerubians stabbing us in the back, we can deal with those pouring below.
We venture into shadow.
What, you talking about the Arathi from Vanilla? Okay, so I pay pretty close attention to the lore of this series. Let me make this very clear. There is zero hints anywhere that the Arathi survived as some ancient empire in the distance, unless it's in Season of Discovery, which obviously is kind of like, that doesn't count. Season of Discovery is a current story that's currently being presented. That's not foreshadowing. That's just shadowing. That's not a quick question offshore our Twitch account, but if you give me several minutes, I will load the spreadsheet and look into that. Actually, yes, Giga, it really does. For example, there's a non-zero chance we've seen one of those Belladar shards up in Season of Discovery already. And there's a pretty decent chance we've literally met Xalatath in Season of Discovery, although that's debatable.
A lamplighter brings hope. If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
With the light of the flame, I hope that we will drive the Nerubians back.
A beacon in the dark.
Good people died here today, Hordorner. A lot of them. Every Arathi soldier carries a tinderbox. It represents their devotion to the sacred flame. Many use it as a focus to bring forth the flame's light. In the dark places beyond the light of Belladar, the sacred flame brings hope. With the Nerubian attack, we can't recover their bodies, so we must retrieve these symbols to venerate their sacrifice. Then use the torch to burn the bodies. It's the best funeral we can offer.
If you are lost, we Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame. Do not leave my people on the field.
I mean, I guess. How you doing, Anduin?
Am I needed? Who is calling for help?
Nobody. We're fine. We're fine.
The sacred flame tempers our spirit.
Hordorner, if we don't stem the tide of Nerubians coming up to us, nothing will matter. Their numbers are just too great. We need to delay their onslaught to buy the people of Hallowfall time to prepare. The wall still serves as a very effective checkpoint. Choke point. See what you can do to thin their numbers.
We keep the dawn towers lit.
Alright, hang on. Henry... Stick that. So the only way to do this is manually, so we'll just say that much. Nope. So this much. Looks like about 150 bucks. Discard all changes. Please do not donate $150 right now. Oh, the Arathi just signal everywhere that they're super evil. Like, almost everything about their language and their culture screams that these are Scarlet Crusaders. That really wasn't reverse psychology. Please don't make the queue any bigger right now. Please do not do that. I'm begging you. It won't be streamed for months anyways. It's fine. Patience. Peace. It almost irritates me how fleshed out the Arathi are as a culture. Like, these people have been here for what, like 20 years now? They have airships, they have walls, they have cities, plural. They have a cathedral the size of, like, Stormwind. Slight exaggeration. See, now you've challenged me. I'm trying to think of if there is a situation in which I could ever possibly consider something like the Arathi to be a positive, and I'm chewing on that now. You sure, Darkrai? You are correct. This is VOD 206. You can always tell when I'm in a hurry to go off to dinner. Yesterday, we had this wonderful bean and ham soup. It was quite good. A whole bunch of kale kind of ground up into it. I know what you're thinking, ew, but no, it actually added some wonderful texture to it. And hopefully health benefits, which is the real point. I'm running into a wall on this. Like, someone actually made the question, you know, if was it a negative when we suddenly met the people of Tuliolo over in Dawntrail? And the answer was a fairly strong no. For two fairly major reasons. First of all, it's actually a major plot point that most of the people of wherever we're from haven't really explored most of the world, personally. And second, and much more importantly, the people of that area have actually been mentioned and hinted at for years in background lore. So they didn't come out of nowhere. And we'd never been there before personally, but obviously the polity had existed for some time. It has some culture and upbringing and blah, blah, blah. So it's a completely different situation.
We are a light in the darkness. These were true Arathi, holding onto hope in the very heart of shadow.
They seek the light of the sacred flame now. Come, their killers still live.
I meant real life years, Xavier. Honestly, yeah, absolutely. It's kind of becoming my default recommendation. If you want to get back into WoW, or if you want to get into WoW, you know, pop in, do your thing. If it lets you decide which Stardust experience you want to do. If it doesn't let you, just do Exile's Reach. It's a good tutorial. And then go ahead and just hit Dragonflight. Just jump right into Dragonflight and do Dragonflight. It's going to push you that way anyways.
Fear not the darkness. Follow the flame.
If you like anything past that, that's awesome, available, and ultimately on you. I don't remember off the top of my head, Xavier.
I will see you through the shadow.
It's critical, with so many Nerubians pouring through the Aegis Wall, that we defend our airships docked at Tanir's ascent. The Nerubians have always outnumbered us, but our fleet allows us to concentrate our defenders where they are attacking, as well as allowing us to bombard them with the safety. It's the Tarans. I just realized this is the frickin' Tarans. You ever think about that? No, I'm sorry. Warcraft 3, Vanilla. We have landed on distant shores. We're not sure what to find here. Oh my god, there's some bullmen being attacked by horse people. We rush to the aid of the Taran.
Look, those Nerubians are fleeing.
Not fleeing, advancing. They mean to destroy our air docks.
Except for the Grim Totem. Anyways, I'm going to stop arguing this. I apologize. I know we're never going to agree. And that's cool. I like disagreements. But you're wrong, and I'm objectively right. All right, moving on. Hey, look, it's the Dawnbreaker. Okay. Shut. Can I just show off the aesthetic of this airship really quick? Because I love this thing. Look at that thing. See what I mean? Sharp angles, angular, but just enough curves to kind of look a little elven. It's even got rigging. It's even got rigging. Look how large this ship is, too. Like, really think about this for a second. Because ships in WoW, as in the video game WoW, tend to be pretty small. And that's for obvious gameplay and engine reasons. And then we had those behemoths, the juggernauts back... Ooh, hello. There we go. Back in BFA, if you remember. Those were huge. This thing is like twice that size. Bare minimum. This thing is gargantuan. And yes, of course, you can go in. See? Look at this thing. You know, Darkrai, I heard there's this bald moron who's really bothered by the Wrathy for some reason. And he did this series called Warcraft, so you can experience the story in order up to the conclusion of Legion.
I will help if I can.
Come and share my light.
I'm glad you're with us, Horde Runner. Without our airships, we have little chance of holding back the Nerubians in the long run. To say nothing of the dock workers who are safely below deck. Let's see to the defense.
We carry the flame into the unknown.
If we're going to hold the Nerubians back, we're going to have to deal with their siege weapons. Around Tanir's ascent are kegs of black powder to supply our ships for combat. Since the Nerubians have caught these ships on the ground, let's put that powder to work.
Be strong, my friend.
Search the
We fought the
shadows.
Nerubians since we arrived. Their attacks have not risen to this level in a long time. These airship docks are clearly a target, but do they have any others? Is there a larger goal? The Nerubians carry shadecasters with orders from their queen. We need to learn what we can of their plans and intentions. And recovering a few of those shadecasters is the best way we can do so.
In service.
Chiron, the Dawn Tower isn't lit. If Beladar should shift...
You're right. Your new friends can protect the people. We must ignite the sacred flame.
All right, Darkrai. Your loss. Yeah, if Beladar should what? I love how smart that exposition is. There's no, huh? Well, as you know, there's this thing that happens called the shift. It's when you change into rear gear and then drift around in your goblin tricycle. No, they don't actually do that. Instead, they just kind of naturally slide that in there so the player's aware of it. It's like, what does that mean? Hey, by the way, nice view from here. You could see the Cathedral of Doom over there. I can't even ping it, it's so far away. It's in the rear with the gear, Valerian. You can actually see Mereldar? Oh, God. Mereldar? I forget how they pronounce it. That place over there. Nice shot of Beladar right there. God, words. I even slept last night, if you believe it. I love the airships just roaming around. Let's jot down some positive before we move any further. Negative to story. It's too amazing. I even slept last night, is what I just said, Evo. I will try to take that as a compliment, Dark Messiah. He has more hair than me, though. Yeah, no, they have a giant super cathedral. It's also a dungeon, by the way. Check can't remember the name of. Priory of the Sacred Flame. That's what that's called. Love that thing. Alright, so, yeah, like the rigging and the styling and... Oh, I love this place. But hang on, we gotta get more positives first. There's just too much good gameplay and story and... So, you know what I love most about the docks? By the way, I'm sorry. I don't know how on purpose this is. So I'm going to skip ahead in my speech, and then I'm going to rewind a second. Up in the Isle of Dorn, you could clearly see how the place had been carved out of stone, and then the earth had kind of reclaimed part of it. The specific aesthetic was, you could see how much it was once just a pure Titan facility, and then over the last 5,000-10,000 years, it's been grown back up, and now there's hills and there's trees and there's foliage, right? Second zone, Ringing Deeps. Big, wonderful, overt caverns, fungus, foliage, overgrowth, and yet every now and again something that clearly feels like it was just carved right out of the terrain. Then we get here to Hallowfall. These people have only been here like a couple of decades, but we also see how, like just look at this airship docks right here. It's clearly clamped onto the side of this little mountain here. If I zoom out a little bit, you see what I mean. Like you can kind of feel where this shelf used to be. And you can actually see how they just kind of clunked this down on top of the other natural formation. And you're noticing the trend, right? All three of these zones is an interesting merger of what was naturally there and what has artificially been tracked on top of it. And that's why I say I'm not sure if that's on purpose, because, spoilers, the fourth zone does the same damn thing. But what I find most interesting is yeah, that used to be a lake down there. All four zones, you do it for different reasons. The Isle of Dorn is because that used to be a Titan facility, which is overgrown. The second zone is a cavern which had Titan stuff carved into it, earthen stuff more specifically, and kobold, actually, while we're on the subject. This zone, these people got here recently and just kind of plunked down wherever they could, wherever they found buildable terrain. And the final zone, it's sort of their style and approach to be built into the terrain, to actually, like, have cities amongst cliffs and ceilings. So yeah, I feel like all of this is on purpose, and it definitely adds to the vibe. And yeah, by the way, once again, notice all the trees are pointing towards Beladar. Yeah, none of the people... On the surface, people had flat canvas to just build wherever they wanted to. Down here, they kind of had to make do, and it's so obvious that even the cathedral, right over there, right in front of us, is clearly something that they just kind of plonked down on the largest mountain that they had. In fact, I would be pretty sure that part of that mountain was carved out to provide the stone for that cathedral. Look at that.
Infest the hungry.
Not now.
And attack our people.
Also, I love the deep pits. I'm not going to go down there because that's actually a delve. We did that yesterday. But... there's a wind current here, too. There's wind currents all over the place. You notice there's some foliage down here in the mire, the stagnant mire, which is not curving towards Beladar, which makes sense because we're down here in the stagnant mire. So, one moment. Jot down some things. Oh, yeah, that's in like half an hour, isn't it? I also love how you can just see webbing wherever they've managed to knock over parts of the wall, like over here. God, look at this dock. Look at this thing. Ignore that bomb down below. We'll get to that in a second. Look at this ship. I want this ship. Guys, I'll forgive all the negatives about the Arathi if you give me this airship. That's true. Fungi don't really need to curve towards the light, do they? Here's another type. We haven't actually showed these things. Look at these things. Look at these giant dandelion trees. I mean, I've actually argued for actual years at this point that WoW should use ships as housing. Now, I have been proven wrong about that, but it was an easy solution to a problem WoW was running into, which was literal real estate. Okay, I swear I'm done gushing about how amazing this game is. Let's talk about negatives. Wait, we already did. Wait, we need to invent a name. We need to keep up our negative quota. Let's see. One of my least favorite things about this game is how I never get tired of playing it, and it's just fun.
The threads have been spun. They will get their fated final war.
That's true. It's too good. If you came to me and offered me... Yeah, who's Ansarek? Offered me a game this good, I'd be suspicious. What's the catch?
The tendrils of shadow are sinking into this land. Utilize their fear to strike them down.
Yeah, by the way, that is in fact the second time we've seen Ansarek. She showed up briefly back during the attack on Dalaran. I haven't encountered those people as Mirstar, but I believe you that they exist. And that makes me sad. Yeah, random questions. Anyone know if it's this coming Tuesday or a week from this coming Tuesday when we get a reset on our set upgrade items? Oh, I 100% am going to show off that shade once we get there. I thought it was once every 2 weeks. It's a shame those aren't warbound, or else I'd give mine to myself. I actually have 2 additional items I could upgrade. Right there, and right there. That's champion, and that's champion. Yeah, those are worth upgrading to set. But, unfortunately, I'm not going to have 4-piece. So fleet of airship houses sounds really cool. And not just for crafting.
I will always try.
Oh, whoops. I should probably actually destroy their siege weapons. I guess. I know, Xavion. Sigh. I'm just sad because I literally have 2 pieces of champion gear on me that I could upgrade, and it's going to be 3.5 weeks before I can do that. Yes, thanks to how War Within is structured, we're doing MSQ before we decide. Yes, what Kara White Noise is saying is correct. I'm not super invested in my Demon Hunter right now. I would gladly sacrifice her set items to get them right now on my Paladin. I get why they don't allow that, I just kind of don't care. Which one, Hathor? There's also a pretty specific reason to do MSQ first in this zone. And we've already run into that problem, if you're paying attention.
What can I do? I hear a radiance.
Were we able to destroy the siege weapons?
We have lost so many.
We're in much better shape. Faerun went ahead to light the Dawn Tower with Great Chiron. She asked that we meet him there. Oh, okay.
Will I be forgiven?
Final War? Ascension? Not as many answers to this question. Yeah, by the way, they've been mentioning Ascension since the beginning of the game, too. At least we have some pieces of the puzzle.
I hear a radiant song.
The Nerubians all seem to be taking orders from the Siege Lord south of here. If we can defeat her, this may turn the tide of the attack. Without a leader organizing the attack, the Arathi may be able to drive back the Nerubians, especially if Faerun can light this Dawn Tower. But the longer we delay, the greater the damage to the Arathi ships. Go quickly.
Who is calling for help?
Yeah, so Evo asks a valid question. Think about this for a second. These are flesh-cursed, iron-built giants who have decided to have children with mutated trolls. That's what a half-elf is in this setting.
Good to see you, champion. I've been tracking this one since it crawled up out of its hole.
Hi, Illyria. And it's all because of tentacles. That's not even a joke. That's just how it is. Nothing I can do is, because of another talent I have, I can pop in shield in the middle of doing these things. These things generate charges, which I can then use on shield. Shield buffs these things. It's a nice loot. And I'm still throwing hammers from the ceiling. We'll drop hammers here.
And look at these Arathi and see my son. I will slaughter every Nerubian in my path to keep them from harm.
Illyria is still leaning very heavily on anger to keep herself centered. And it's officially starting to become a problem. That was a very small amount of damage, Illyria. I mean, real talk, let's just get honest for a second. Speaking as a world builder and a writer, there's really only a few options when it comes to crossbreeding across species, especially if you're doing something fantasy or sci-fi. Option 1, everything can crossbreed, don't think about it. That is it. Just don't think about it. Moving on. Option 2, nothing can crossbreed because that makes sense. Option 3, you can crossbreed, but only either in specific cases or with external help. Magic, science, medical aid, injections, artificial womb, whatever, right? Those are your 3 options when it comes to world building. Most fiction, in my experience, does the first approach. Everything can crossbreed, don't think about it. There's nothing wrong with that, it's worth noting. I'm not casting any shade here, it's just that's one of the options when it comes to, I want to play a half dwarf and a half troll, and it's like, okay. And if you really think about the reality of what that means, it's like I said earlier, a half-elf seems completely normal until you think about what a human is in this setting and what an elf is in this setting. Don't think about it.
I will help if I can.
Yeah, ironically, Star Trek used to do the first option. Anyone can crossbreed. And over time, as Star Trek developed, it actually drifted into the third option. Only specific races can crossbreed. And even then, only with medical help. I'm not going to go into spoilers, but anybody familiar with Star Trek knows what I'm talking about. Like, a Klingon and a human are not innately compatible. There needs to be medical aid there to make that a thing. Ah. With the Nerubian leader defeated, we should be able to lead the defenses to the Arathi. You saved many lives today, Hardrunner.
I thought we agreed you'd stay in Dornagal.
I heard stories of the Arathi. As king... I mean, I was curious.
I mean, yeah, exactly, Huthor. Elrond half-elven and all that. Correct. Illyria had a son with Turellian. He's been around since BC. Charon went to light the Dawn Tower. She said it keeps the light of the sacred flame shining upon Hallowfall. Charon is there as well. It's hard to imagine any beacon can outshine their star Beledar, but I'm eager to see this new expression of the light. Maybe by the Dawn Tower we can see how the sacred flame of the Arathi keeps these safeguards these long-lost cousins of mine.
Who is calling for help?
Why would you not like Illyria in this story? I shouldn't say sentences like that. I've seen plenty of people who disagree with me for many reasons in many ways. A lot of them valid. Not all of them, but a lot of them. A little bit of life advice. One of the weirdest things it took me until I was in my 40s to understand is not every disagreement with you is valid disagreement. I know that sounds like a strange sentence, but I mean that. When I was younger, I tried to perceive all perspectives as valid. I'm a little worried about what they're going to do with Illyria. We'll see. Yeah, exactly, Huthor. That is exactly the point. I want to eat your babies and you don't. Let's agree to disagree. No! You like eating babies. Stab. So I'm going to point out something that was pointed out to me. I want you to pay very, very close attention to a part of Anduin. Very, very close attention. Yes, that's right. It's his chess piece there, the lion, okay? Look at the level of detail of that chess piece. Like, really take it in for a second. Don't look at his copies. The chess piece, just there. There. Is that better? Is that less distracting? Is it more distracting because now you see his chiseled physique? I'm being serious, though. I'm sorry. I'm actually also joking, but the level of detail here is good, but I want you to do your best to kind of memorize the level of detail you're seeing, because it's going to be relevant in, like, a couple minutes.
I will always try.
Or seconds.
What is happening?
It's Beledar, our star. It shifts between the light and this. The Dawn Towers hold back the darkness with the sacred flame, but the light always returns.
There. Do you look at his chest? Do you see it?
Dreamers are devoured, and they light a candle. You know how this ends, Illyria. Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Show yourself, monster!
You know where to find me. Deeper in the darkness.
And then,
Chill in the air. I will scout ahead.
okay.
Be careful, Illyria.
And just to make it once again fundamentally clear, there's
Watch the outsiders. It's dangerous to travel alone.
the lower resolution. See? It's actually most obvious on the face, but it was actually pointed out to me, I admit to my eternal shame, because I'm actually well known for my ability to pay attention, that the polygon count for the ones they switch in for cutscenes is higher, much higher detailed. It's actually funny that it's currently light out, even though it's supposed to be shadow, but whatever. Exactly, Huthor. Like, we've seen what happens when they try to do an in-game cutscene with pre-existing in-engine meshes, and it's rough. Very Garashian, one might say. Yes, please stop rubbing it in, Evo. I have admitted to my mistake twice, once on camera. We're good.
My faith kindles my hope.
Just in time, Belladar has fallen dark for a time, but now we have our own light to push back the darkness.
In my heart, there is fire.
I do not
A beacon in the dark.
set myself to holy. Oh, I am set to holy. Okay, whatever.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Darkness has fallen. We can't rest yet. Yes, darkness has fallen. Does anyone know how often that rotates? She gives you a weary smile, but there is a light in her eyes. The light from the towers will hold the worst dangers in darkness at bay. It's my duty as a lamplighter to keep all the towers blazing. My patrol takes me to Laurel's Crossing by air next. I would welcome you and Anduin to my side, for all our sakes.
If you are lost in darkness,
This
3 hours.
darkness. How long does it last?
sometimes only moments, sometimes days. We lost so many the first time it turned. We will travel by air. Monsters arise in the darkness.
Yep, because that's where we are right now, in the dark. Wink, wink. Looks like 1 hour and 13 minutes until it's dark again. Yeah. Yeah. There's some quiet implications of how bad the first shift was. The horror, the unpreparedness. It's also worth noting, like so many other settings, that things literally get worse when things get darker. So, that's fun too.
To live under constant threat of shadow. How do you do it?
When night falls, the army enacts the shadow curfew. Get inside, get to safety. Incoming! Use the lances on those enemies. Good work. You'd fit in well with us lamplighters. As our numbers dwindle, some find their faith shaken. They turn to the whispers in the darkness.
Look out! Here come more of those fiends! A behemoth! Quickly, take it down!
Yes, that is exactly what it looks like. Yes, it's flying through the air. No, don't ask questions.
Thank goodness. That was a small one. Those monsters can take out a warship. We must hold to our faith in the sacred flame. Ourselves. And in each other if we are to succeed.
Fake the flame. Kobis are raiding Sinner's Yearning. The army went ahead, but...
Say no more. Our new allies and I will go to their aid. Seek shelter immediately.
Hey, Fife. Yeah, what's a Kobis? That would be, I believe, if I'm paying attention correctly, the third time they've been referenced, alongside these carrots and this corn. Yum, 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 yum. I'm telling you, we need the Loa of corn in WoW. We just need to make that happen.
Stay alert. Stay productive in the light.
I have not shown the house's interior yet. I was going to save that for when we get to the town. That town, to be more specific. Not this little outpost. I'm going to save the fish for about an hour and 13 minutes from now.
Halt, Farron. We secure the village, then rescue the captives.
They'll be dead by then.
Remember, it's void right now. I really wish that wasn't different for alt. I'm sorry, it's kind of irritating.
We owe our service to those...
I'm sorry, what are Kobis? Horrible, violent, and stinky creatures. They've plagued us since the moment we arrived in Hallowfall. We've tried to figure out how intelligent they are. Could we parley for peace? But every scholar we've sent to study or communicate them has ended up dead. Usually dead and eaten. Worse, they seem to wield some kind of necromancy. As if eating us wasn't enough, sometimes they choose to dishonor the memory of our allies even further by raising them to fight against us. I have no idea how they choose which of us to eat and which of us to raise. Rise the strongest? Eat the plumpest? It churns my stomach to contemplate these things. I mean, that might... It's not even a bug. It's a design feature. And it does kind of ruin the moment here. As much as I hate to give more negatives. I'm afraid I'm going to have to give yet another negative for the Arathi thing. Technically, all the negatives are the Arathi negative. The new term. You can quote me on that. The Arathi negative. I don't care if Steel Strike thinks I'm reckless. I don't care if I get hurt. I can't let my people die. I've lost too many already. To Nerubians, to Kobis, to Shadows. There's hardly any of us left. How long until there are none?
In my heart, there is fire.
The Kobis have already been dragging innocents to the shore. They'll drown them and eat them. We have to save them.
Be strong, my friend. We carry the flame into the unknown.
By the way, I love the idea of a shield arm. Not just because it's cool, but because it makes such a weirdly large amount of sense. Kobis lurk in the shallows of murky water and snatch any who come near, faster than a viper. And that's just when they hunt alone. In numbers, they are a swarm to be reckoned with. They've been a plague on our outskirt villages since the day we arrived. They eat victims alive given the chance. We must rescue the villagers that have already been dragged to the water.
Don't give in to fear.
Judging by the glint in your eyes, you wish to join Faerun in this madness? Push into Cobus waters in the darkness? You're a fool with a death wish. Take as many of those damnable fish out as you can before they drag you to the depths for their dinner.
We are surrounded by dangers. Soldiers, with me! Help! I need...
Oh no, it's an Arathi fisher.
I'm a fighter than healer. Anduin, can you...
Nope, he cannot.
Not with the light. But I know first aid.
I literally can't. It won't let me. You can't do that right now. It won't let me Inky Potion. What? Belladar's like, bwong. What I was trying to say for a second there. So Anduin's character arc has been here since, well, since the CGI opening cinematic. The best CGI cinematic we've had to date. Not counting Old Soldier. That's a frickin' movie. But this is when it's finally starting to come to the fore. Like, literally, Faerun flat out asks, I'm more fighter than healer. Immediately sussing out that he is functionally a paladin. Or was a paladin. This goes back to what I mentioned back when we first showed up. His response is, I can't, but I've got first aid. Don't worry. Because he still does want to help, but you can tell that even when pushed, and even in the moment, he still can't quite bring himself to wield the light. Shadescale does this, aka absolutely nothing. Oh my god, it's his mirror star! Ah, yes, mirror star, get back here! I'll get you! Roar! Okay, we're good. Why do they want me to devour them, though? Get rid of that. Yep, sorry. We have to get rid of the no eel killing negative. Hey, look, it's a captive. Oh, okay, so I love this, by the way. My gosh, the captive. We must rescue the Arathi captive that's right there. That's definitely a real captive. Let me just save them. Yeah, so they have... I can't remember what they're called. The trap fish. Oh, God, what are those called? Lure fish? Is that what they're called? Angler. Thank you. Angler fish is what I was going for. There's actually quite a few quests where a quest objective is actually an anglerfish. Look at these guys. Can I just say how clever that is? Oh, there's a fish I just looted. I wouldn't worry too much about that. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. So now you can pay attention, and it's actually kind of obvious if you know what you're looking for. You can actually, first of all, literally target the enemy. Second of all, there's that glow. Do you see the glow right there? Also, there's a drowned undead following around one of their necromancers. Why would you want to be a Cobus? And no, I haven't seen that particular Radiant memory. Which one is it? I did not know that, Uthor, no. Huh. This wasn't the first time I almost got eaten by a Cobus. Northern Coast. Well, I have a Radiant Echo on me. Let's take a quick derailment. Super quick. I love being a fish. Or, sorry, what? Might be able to finally show off what radio and echoes are, except I can't turn it in still. Do I have to be done with the MSQ to turn these in? I forget how this works exactly. They rotate. Well, that would explain why I've never seen this one. I've only seen like 2, because like every time I want to do these, it's the same damn ones. It's the one over here, and it's the one over in the Ringing Deeps. I've seen both of these like every time I've done a frickin' Radiant Echo. Well, you know what? Hang on. Yeah, let me... I know they're not shown in the in-game thing, because the event timer only shows... Never mind. They are there. Huh. Okay. So which one is this one, is the real question. Yeah, no, I was thinking about it, Darkrai, but yeah, they got that. Huh. I guess this wasn't here before. I guess I had to have a Radiant Echo on me to see this part of the event timer. That one's about to rotate. Oh, they're all about to rotate. Yeah, in like a minute. Okay, well, we'll look at that again in a few minutes here. Yeah, I noticed there was a Radiant Echo in what I assume is the Undermine, since it was all about Gabos. Eel! Land eel! The worst type of eel. This is proof that his Mirror can come to shore whenever she chooses. Hey, look, there's a weird fish over there. I wouldn't worry about it. For real, we're not doing that for a bit. Out of your mind. Yeah, clear like this, preferably. Fine. I was gonna let you live. Now you're dead. Doing? How's that first aid doing?
You have our thanks, Farron Lothar. And you too, outsiders.
You're welcome.
Lothar?
Yeah, by the way, her last name is Lothar.
We are a light in the darkness.
So...
What can I do? I hear a radiant song.
Thank you, Hordor. These people are badly hurt, but I think they'll make it. Some seem to have some skill of healing of their own.
Will I be forgiven? We have lost so many.
Despite everything, the Orathi find joy.
I trust in your strength. I must ask you to go ahead and reinforce Sina's yearning. Anduin and I can see my people to safety across Laurel's crossing. With the darkness and the Cobus, the hearts of my people in Sina's yearning will be faltering to fear. We cannot let them wallow. Light a torch with the sacred flame in the center of town. Use it to inspire my people's valor. Remind them of their strength. We will catch up to you. The flame guides you.
We carry the flame. If more of those fishy bastards try to... my leg, I can't... Oh. Easy. We'll patch you up. Friend, go assist the General in Sina's yearning. We'll meet you there.
Damn. Daily.
am I needed? Did I hear that right earlier? You're, Lothar?
You know the name?
Know it. I was named for Anduin Lothar, one of Stormwind's greatest heroes. He was close friends with my grandfather, King Lane Rin. Few names hold higher esteem. You must be a lady, or...
Oh no, don't you start using formalities on me. My family is noble, but it's been long since we've seen great fortune. To think I had relatives in the old world. Wonderful. I hope I can live up to such legends. Wait, if your grandfather was king of this... Anduin, my new friend. Are you a king?
Not anymore. So, don't you start using formalities on me, either. What can I do? Did I hear that right earlier? You're,
Okay, sorry.
Lothar?
One of the first mislabeled ones there. Yeah, they might literally be family. Or from another dimension. Both are acceptable. Negative to story. It's the easiest explanation, is Miristar. Not the most likely, but it would by far be the easiest way to explain this. Someone somewhere crafted a shard timeline, grabbed all these people from it, and evacuated them here. Boom.
So, you live. Is Farron well?
Yeah, she's fine. Like, it doesn't even need any additional steps to explain it. That's it. Someone made a shard, or a branching timeline, grabbed a bunch of fleet from it, and dragged it here. That's my point, though. That's why I say it's the easiest explanation, is because it requires no additional steps to explain. Ugh. Oh, it'd irritate me, too, as Miristar. Like, a lot, actually. That could be a Kira White noise. I don't know. We'll find out. What's, yes, okay.
I would safeguard my people.
So you outsiders and Faramech both survive and save the villagers. She breathes a quick prayer in relief. We're in trouble here. The Kobus brought some of their strongest forces to the doorsteps of the villagers. We have our hands full just holding the line. If you can take out those monsters, we might be able to turn the tide.
The Arathi will fight so long as the light is with us. Destroy those monsters!
Speaking of characters I was being prepared to hate, Steel Strike. I don't, but I was prepared to. I love how there's a knight, full armor, full weapons, and then also farmers who are wielding pitchforks. Warcraft 4, Beyond the Dark Portal. Yeah, honestly, and this is a weird thing to say, but at this point, it's legitimately hard for me to predict anything when it comes to WoW. I've actually talked about that before. I've sort of walked back from theory crafting, for the most part. Oh, sure, it's fun, but, like, as far as actually deriving any useful information from it, nah, I have no idea. So, I actually do have a theory about Illyria, but I can't fully give it yet. All I'll say is I think she will fall to the void, and I don't think that'll be a bad thing. More details will have to wait. Yes, Adam Cita, you are correct. And in about, looks like 52 minutes, it will be again. At which point we have a quest to do. Turellian is really close to being a zealot, and consistently hasn't been. We'll see. What is on your back? Hey, Dakota. Yeah, I guess it's just a pot.
I'm glad you're all right, Farron. Now stop and take a breath for once.
Am I needed?
I search each day for a winning strategy.
Every Arathi has killed more Kobus than I care to count. I've also lost more Arathi to Kobus than I want to count. I don't know what underwater cavern they hail from, but I sure do think of it.
The Day of Darkness changed everything.
Despite everything, the Arathi find joy.
Arathi are strong, proud. The Kobus may be vile, but they will not win this day.
If you are lost in darkness,
A wave of shadow. What just happened?
be strong, my friend.
Her eyes dart around in surprise. What just happened? And the oil in the well, it's gone dark? I've never seen anything like this before. We need to hurry to the nearby Dawn Tower.
A beacon in the dark.
Those shadows came from the Dawn Tower.
Farron, wait! We must withdraw to Merildar!
Do it. Dude, you have elite heroes. Use them like elite hero units.
The tower.
Is void.
When shadow falls, lamplight.
The Dawn Tower.
This is what it's supposed to look like.
What is happening to it?
Hello, Illyria.
Alric! She's...
The Harbinger has whispered to me of your arrival. And your failure at Dalaran.
Where is your master?
That is Nathanos' voice actor. Good day, Durnoshali.
No! The Sacred Flame! What has Alric and his cults done?
I don't know. But they claim allegiance to Xalatath, and so their lives are forfeit. I am on the hunt.
This Order of the Night, as they call themselves, did some foul ritual to turn the tower's flame to darkness. I know not what. We should investigate.
I will not fail again.
The flame is corrupted. Can we restore it?
Yeah. Hang on. Do you hear that? Who's this? So this is called Intent Shadow. If you talk to them, they look at you and you could say, "What are you?" And they say, "What are you?" and we leave behind a version of ourselves. And you see it? It's still there. Just a whisper. Very faint. Keep an eye out for them. They're going to poke their heads in a few times as we go. Whatever they are. What does this mean? That's a good question. But I refer again to what I said earlier. I think Illyria will give in to the void, and it will not be a bad thing.
This shadow! It's too much!
Anduin, help her. Call upon the light once more.
Kieran looks at Anduin in surprise.
No, I can't. There must be another way.
Doubt. See, what's really funny here is this is kind of a 30 go to 10 problem for Anduin. That's the wrong way to phrase it. It's a self-fulfilling thing. He is afraid that he will inflict more shadow upon that because of his doubt. And that almost guarantees that he will then use shadow instead of light if he does it. Which makes him more fearful that he will inflict it with shadow instead of light, which guarantees that he will inflict it with shadow instead of light. It's doing this thing, right?
I will always try.
He stares into the dark flames, mouth a hard line. I should have... He shakes his head. I can almost taste it. The light. It's right there at the tip of my fingers, but I can't reach for it. And this right here is exactly why the void is so damn dangerous. Because once you start to doubt, you almost guarantee that you are going to doubt, because at that point you are correct. Because you're doubting, you make it true. Yeah, the doubt loop is so easy to fall into. And ironically, the only way to break out of it is to just stop doubting. But how do you do that when the evidence is right there? Yeah, I was going to say, interestingly enough, the faith loop has the same general feedback. It's a reinforcement loop. If you are faithful, then you have a result, which then feeds your faith. In both cases, the only way out of that loop is for a break that can come externally, like Deathwing did a whole lot of. It can also come internally. The wound on this body was a ritualistic pattern. The soul was not only killed, but sacrificed. And yeah, let's be... Hello. I told you it was following us. You thought I was joking. The problem is, and Anduin was arguably correct. In this moment, he was too doubtful. If he tried to reach out right now and reach out with the light, he would have cast shadow, and that would have reinforced the doubt. Perhaps, ironically, one of the smartest things Anduin is doing right now is not even trying. Because he's kind of found a third option, right? He's not reinforcing the loop. He's not breaking out of the loop. He's just paused. That's why he hasn't been casting anything since War Within began. Why he's running around with a sword, smashing things over the head with it, and nothing else. Because if he does anything, he is afraid, and rightfully so, that it will reinforce the loop. He may not even fully understand the nature of the doubt loop, but he's smart enough to not even try. It's a very interesting situation. The polearm has faint sigils carved into the half. They've been torn, changed, and formed new shapes. They pulse with dark energy. He's not actually, in D&D terms, an Oathbreaker. But he's not a paladin anymore. By the way, can I just say that my outfit looks really appropriate on that freaking shadow that's following us around? I didn't plan that. I swear. My friends, we have lived in fear long enough. Beladar has been trying to show us the way. The light has forsaken us. In the light's glare are all watched, exposed. In the darkness we are free. We are afraid of the dark only because the light wants us to be. Beladar has shown us the way. No more fear. Instead, we must become fear. I mean, Anduin is a priest. He has martial training, which technically makes him a paladin, but he is at his core a priest. And yeah, honestly, in lore, the difference between a paladin and a priest is almost irrelevant. The journal is heavily scratched out and torn up. Few segments remain. Tabita, I'm leaving. I'm tired. I don't expect you to understand. The Order of Night gathers strength. They hide in caves and towns and linger with our greatest enemies. Even a base beneath one of their precious towers. The army has no idea. The light has made us blind. Not me. Not anymore. What have we fought for this whole time? Why are we here? Does Beladar even know we exist? Does it love us for our devotion? Does it hate us for holding it back? What if its true form is darkness? We've toiled in the light for years. What good has it done? We die, picked off by shadows one by one. Perhaps we should listen to what Beladar is trying to tell us. There's comfort in the shadows. I'm tired, Tabita. I know what this means. I know we'll end up hurting you, hurting you. I'm not sorry. And I've talked this whole series about the nature of void and doubt, but let's be clear, War Within really codified the nature of how the void works. It's kind of a recombobulation / retconning of what has existed before, but yeah. Does it even know about our devotion? Does it care of our love for it? Does it care about us? The answer, ironically, is probably yes, if we assume that's a piece of Azeroth. Agreed, as we're going to start. Looks like we lost our shadow friend. Also, yeah, the fact that Azeroth has this much light in her is interesting. But also, if you look at it at a planetary scale, that's not that much light.
I will see you through the shadow. A cave. Could they still be nearby, continuing to corrupt the flame?
Oh no, that's interesting. Sorry, I decided to look something up really quickly. So there's 4 intent shadows in Hallowfall. Every single one of them is staring at books, and every single one of them is near some graves. But there's an intent shadow in the Season of Discovery, in the Karazhan Catacombs. I don't know what that means, but what that means is that means something. Let me try to explain that. Sometimes they just kind of throw out interesting little things, like, here you go, here's a fun thing. And sometimes they're laying bricks. The fact that they bothered to put these things in Season of Discovery, that's intentional. They're hinting at something there. One moment. I haven't been... And ask, Giga. Or else! And trust me, you don't want to see my else. Yes, we actually saw one of the Beladar shards in Season of Discovery, and Xalatath was in Season of Discovery. And I forget what else. There's other stuff. They've been doing a lot of retail connections. Oh. Yeah, the Scarlet Raid, that'll be interesting.
We cannot hide from evil.
Yeah, who's Alric?
Interfere.
Alric was one of us, a lamplighter. For years he worked with us to keep the Dawn Towers lit and the people of Hallowfall safe. We all trusted him. He'd fought with us, we'd saved people from the darkness together, and then he betrayed the Arathi and everything the Lamplighters stand for. He ambushed my friend Andari and leads the Order of Night, who caused the breach here and all these deaths. I'm still not sure. Was he ever good? Did he plan that from the start? I don't know anyone more terrible. No one even comes close. Oh, I know a couple people. Let me introduce you to this lady called Magatha sometime.
In my heart, there is fire.
So they killed Kelthar, too. She squeezes her eyes shut and mouths a prayer and a curse at the same time. We'll make sure he gets a proper funeral. The Order of Night will pay for this. We sealed off Gloomcrag, the nearby cave, years ago. They must have dug the way in so they could target the Dawn Tower. How long have they been planning this? How long has the Order of Night been among our ranks?
Despite everything,
when I reached for the flame, I felt the overwhelming hopelessness and despair that had been poured into it. It pains me, but my light alone is not enough to banish these shadows. So we take a more direct path. If the remaining cultists have withdrawn to the Gloomcrag Bower, their combined power must be with keeping the flame dark. We must stop them before darkness spreads.
We carry the flame into the...
Look out!
Thanks, Illyria.
What are those things? They hardly seem real.
A trick of the shadow. I will deal with them. You all go ahead.
It's fine. It's fine. It's Void Fog Beasts. And whatever that thing is. Oh, 100%. I'm pretty sure the Order of Night has been here for 20 years, I think it was, is what they mentioned. Oh no, that's the wrong timeline. Whenever it first shifted. And I guarantee you, it's been more active now because of Xalatath poking and prodding. It's kind of her shtick. So that is a good question, Giga. And the answer is, it sucks to be me. And that is the answer to your question. There is no easy or good answer to that, especially since someone might not even be doing those events when I have availability and they also happen to be happening. If we end up not doing them, that sucks. But I can't do those solo. Trust me, I've tried. I've actually tried doing those trio. Still didn't work. So that's gonna suck. Short answer. Yeah, that's right. We actually have a pretty good idea of how long they've been down here. Trying to think of the
Harbinger command!
Shadows consume you!
So let's see. Oh god, she mentions how old she is at some point. I'm trying to remember what number she gets for that. Does anyone remember?
All is darkness.
Hello, Zar. Stop shooting me with shadow bolts. Stop it. Stop it. No. I mean her age. Because yeah, she mentions being a kid when the teleport happened.
Quickly, friend. Alric is nowhere to be found. But these traitors are wielding powerful darkness up ahead. My faith kindles my hope.
Good work, but before we can leave, there's something else. Now, unless we are some powerful priests, I think they're summoning something big. No doubt to strike at us above and drive us from the tower. It will be dangerous, but we must stop them. Are you with me?
If we stop that ritual,
I should be able to cleanse the flame.
So that was during the Cataclysm. They got shifted down here during the Hellscream War. Sometime either in between Wrath and Cata or during early Cata.
I will extinguish your flame!
Rangalash approaches.
Light be my...
Nope. You can't force it. That's the really interesting thing. You can't force it. You'll also notice Anduin
The darkness won't take us today.
is doing the same thing that Illyria is. Covering his doubt with anger. Click. Stop casting.
Anduin, your light. What happened to it?
It doesn't matter. I'm no longer worthy of it.
We cannot hide from evil.
Never ends, does it?
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
Never seen shadows this deep, this vicious. It feels like they're reaching for us. We can't stay here.
In my heart,
More shadows. We're trapped in here, aren't we?
No, we're not giving up here.
Catch the music, by the way? Oh, yeah. And yes, I'm very deliberately playing a paladin for this expansion.
The light shines through you. But what if it goes out? What if you failed your people?
you think I've never failed? I've never made mistakes?
I love her answer to that. Of course we fail.
Even supposed to be in Hallowfall. I stowed away to escape a family that only ever saw me as a failure. Was it a mistake? I lost an eye and an arm for it. Does that make me unworthy of the light? I regret nothing. I keep fighting because in the darkness, it's all we can do. I can't give up. It's not in my nature, and I don't think it's in yours either.
You don't understand. I've hurt people. I was controlled by darkness, but part of me enjoyed it.
Enjoyed hurting people? Or no longer being able to agonize over every thought and action? Having doubt, making mistakes. None of these make you unworthy, Anduin. They light your path forward.
The entrance, it's gone. There really is no way out.
Enough of your illusions, Xalatath!
Belladar!
Beladar's light has returned. Thank you, Illyria.
Of course, Farron sees through him. Ironically, she's already been through this. It's worth remembering that Anduin is quite young, even after the time skip. This boy, who we have seen since he was a child, has been through some crap. And he's still crawling his way out of that and dealing with that. We don't see all the details, but we can tell pretty quickly. She's already been through half this crap. She literally is missing an eye and an arm. And there are implications in her voice acting that showcase that she has lost a lot more than that. You will have to forgive me, I need to type up some notes. Enjoy the shot. Oh god, how do you spell Beladar? Oh, I caught that, Uthor. Could have flat out said I was controlled by the jailer. Or even if you don't want to name drop, he could have said I was controlled by him. But no, their word choice there was very specific. I was controlled by darkness. I should mention that FF14 1.0's story at launch was pretty freaking bad. It was also practically non-existent, and then giant swaths of it stopped existing completely. And when I say giant swaths of it, I forget the exact thing. Oh god, it was something really wild. So I'm going to make up an example. I'm not sure I agree with that, Mr. Red. Well, I guess I do, because there was nothing to ruin. There was no greater setting to ruin yet. Imagine if FF14 1.0 ruined all FF. No, correct, Tuthor. Imagine for a moment, episode of Star Trek, okay? And there's Kirk. And Kirk has encountered the Borg. And the Borg are like, behold, we're the Borg. And Kirk's like, I will talk my way out of this. And then the Borg are like, no, you won't. And then they assimilate Kirk, and he turns to the screen, and he's all assimilated. And then there's a fade to black, okay? And then you wake up, because this is a video game, and then you wake up, and you're on the bridge of the Enterprise, and there are no more quests, because the story has just stopped. That story thread was never continued, by the way. Ever. When they started finally overhauling things, all of that was thrown completely out of the window. And only the tiniest threads of it were considered canon going forward. Like the very existence of Mean Boy, whose name I can't think of. It was this devastation was not my intention. That guy, he still exists, but pretty much everything about him was retconned. Gaius, thank you, Gaius Belsar.
We will find Zalatath.
Hang on.
I will help, if I can.
Anduin looks up at Bellatar, it's light in his eyes. It really is something, isn't it? Aaron's right, seeing the light return, you can't help but feel hope swell in your chest, even me. I'm sorry for what I said back there. I shouldn't have been dragging you and Farron down with me. I don't know if you caught this, but you didn't. We carried you up with us.
Will I be forgiven?
And that is a difference.
We owe our service to those in need.
Thank you for staying strong with me, Horde Runner. Bellatar shifts of its own accord. I do not think our actions have influenced it, and yet I can't help but love it when it reflects the light in my heart. You and your friends are newcomers here, and yet I haven't felt this connected to anyone in a long time. Thank you for coming here, my friend.
Be strong, my friend.
Yeah, by the way, this was very unintentional, but I love the fact that my character who did Shadowlands is the one who's doing War Within. Sorry, yeah. So, no to the weakness thing, Czar. The Void can produce infinite old gods. They're bullets. There's a reason so many worlds are infected with old gods. They can just shoot out old gods as much as they want to.
What have you learned?
I'm glad you're safe. I sensed something amiss when those creatures suddenly stopped attacking the tower and disappeared. Bellatar shifted of its own accord afterwards. It was no simple illusion Zalatath trapped you in. I wonder, was I its intended target? You, me, Anduin, Farron, perhaps she was happy to ensnare any of us. Yeah, it's almost like, and I really want you to remember this, because this is important. It's almost like Zalatath's main modus operandi is to not directly fight us. She is always trying to distract, or go around us, or aim for something that isn't us. That's very Void. She's one of the few Void people who actually understands that the Void operates best when it is sidestepping the problem, rather than facing it head on. Remember that. That's going to come up.
I do not miss.
I will see you through the shadow.
Do you feel it? Hope returning? Thank you for your help. The Dawn Tower's flame remains dark, but this time I think we'll be able to restore it.
A beacon in the dark.
Illyria, we would have been lost without you. Thank you.
I'm glad you're all safe. Let's end this.
Yeah, as we've actually mentioned this a few times as we were going throughout the run. There are exactly 2 villains in Warcraft history who understand that the PC is a threat to be measured with. And funnily enough, both of them are still alive, and both of them are still active. They also happen to be two of the most engaging villains we've had for quite some time.
We are a light in the darkness. Don't give in to fear. Join me, please.
You know the light is not with me.
There is no darkness so deep that the light cannot reach us. Just be here with me. Now, breathe. We are the seekers of light. We are the holders of hope. In the very heart of shadow, we are the lamps that guide the way. It's a first step. The rest is just time and trust. When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
Yeah, by the way, I agree with Huthor. A lesser story would have had that be the moment where Anduin reconnects to the night. As bizarre as this sounds, that's what I was afraid of when I was first going through this. Was that he would have the light and he would gain his light back. Nope. And it shouldn't be. I don't want to give away too much, but the moment is basically perfect when we get there. We're not going to get there for a bit, though.
Despite everything,
we must go to Merildar and let General Steelstrike know what the Order of Night tried here. Thank the Sacred Flame we stopped them before they could do worse.
Be strong, my friend.
We need to return to Merildar. I need to let the General know what happened here.
This Order of Night is no mere cult. The Harbinger they speak of is Xalatath. She won't stop. Your people need to be ready.
Baron, why are you flying on a... Never mind. No, Thrall was right. Frankly, Metzen was right, because you could just feel his words in that line, can't you? Time by itself heals nothing. Oh, I noticed. Faerun and Anduin have them, I even jotted it down in the notes, have their moment, while Illyria's outside and alone. By her choice, I feel like adding. I mean, once again, we have that lack of spinning our wheels thing going on. Did you catch that? They could have had a moment of, who is this Void user? Is she with you? I'll vouch for her. She's totally cool. No, instead, they all kind of see the way we both us and Anduin interact with Illyria, and that immediate connection between us, and it's just, okay, we're cool. And that's it. So yeah, time for a downer section.
Get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one.
Thanks for the world quest there. So anyways, now we have not our downer section. That's not what I mean. Breather. We have a down. The pacing is coming down section.
A lamplighter brings hope. We carry the flame into the unknown. My faith kindles my hope.
I would say this is the second best town, but I'm really biased. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
We must prepare for Beladar to shift.
You have done us a great service. I've put the army on a high alert for Elric. If he moves, we'll know about it. For now, though, I think you deserve a break. Oh yeah, by the way, another lack of wheel spinning. They just keep bypassing that pit. It's great. Because there could have been this, well, I don't know who these outsiders are, or, I don't know, they have a void user with them, or, I'm not even sure what that one is. There's all kinds of directions they could have taken this, and most stories would have taken this, where we have to then prove ourselves to the locals, and that would be our hook for doing the side quests in town, right? Instead, what ends up happening is we've already got her back. We've already proved ourselves in combat on the front lines, more or less directly to her. So we already did that. We're already past that step. So thank you. We good. I love that they just skip over that. Let me be clear about that. It's not just the fact that they skip over it. Because if they skipped over it without explanation, that would also be bad writing. But instead, the explanation is there, and there's no need for the additional. That's why I call it wheel spinning. Because it's just, in most games, they just spin their wheels to pad out the runtime. Here, they've already done the legwork of ingratiating us to the Arathi, so they don't need to do it again.
Our holy mission takes a toll.
I have to admit, I did not think that the first visitors we'd have in Merelda would have been outsiders. I'd have thought the Empire. No, sorry, the evacuation ship isn't here yet. You people have been more than helpful to my people and deserves recognition. Come take some rest.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
We should grab some food at the inn while we can. One of the general's rules I happily follow.
Perhaps a moment's rest is warranted.
Oh my god, did you hear that? Did you hear the weariness in her voice? That's also probably the very, very first time we've heard Ilaria be anything other than angry since the start of the game. Also, just because if I don't point it out, someone will mention it, Steel Strike stayed behind, and there's an emote she did, because she can actually see the tower. It's right over there, see it? General Steel Strike glances towards the tower you just came from, rubs her chin, and frowns towards the ground. That's it. Also, we get a great shot of the frickin' cathedral. We'll get there. So they go up, but we're going to take a little bit of time here. I love the herbalism area. Oh my god, I love this area. Do you notice there's a Lynx with a Murloc plushie up there? Right up there? Like, just, Doodads. Doodads. Big old water tower right by the herbalism area, and some fresh water splash from where it was. Oh yeah, HD Lynxes too. First time we've had a Lynx update since BC. So I just, oh my god, look at this place. Just look at it. Just take it in for a second. Merelda is actually relatively small, as is true with most Warcraft towns, but did you notice it's actually a fortress? It's a fortress that's still expanding, if you're paying attention, but it's still a fortress. There's the outer... Oh, God, I don't remember the terminology. There's the outer walls, then there's the inner walls, then there's the keep. Boom, boom, boom. Like some architect somewhere was consulted on how to design this place. Look at that. It really is clear when you look at it from this far away. Exactly. This is an expedition force setting up a fortified spot. That's exactly what this is. And that makes sense, considering that's exactly what happened. So yeah, for once, I do think this is about this size, because it really is just a fort town. Yeah, Honor Hold was the exact example I was about to bring up. This is probably what a modern Honor Hold would look like. Notice they are still constructing it, too. It's not even finished, which makes sense. These kind of buildings take a while to build, RTS is notwithstanding. That's it. Outer Bailey, Inner Bailey, Keep. And you can literally see the tiering as they built it on top. Oh, yeah, also they built this on top of the mountain. Most defensible spot in the area. Listen, Uthor. I think it's close enough, so we'll come back to this town in a minute. We will, I swear. There's a lot of details to soak in. I mean, I do in real life, even. Yeah, there's also this massive central base in which all their posts kind of go around. Oh, I suppose we could do that then. Ah, fine, fine. Those things are fast. Look at that. We probably want to be town square then for that. In-game, not out, Gari. They keep talking about rebuilding Shatrith, or reclaiming Outland, or reaching out to the Orcs, or redeveloping Nagrand, mining ores from Netherstorm. Like, they keep hinting that stuff is going to happen in the future in BC. Excuse me, in Outland. Also, they have flat out said that Midnight is going to include a revamp of Quel'Thalas. It should literally be any second now. There it goes. There it goes. Terrifying, isn't it? Notice the sentries come out. Everyone with a weapon is now in combat stance. All of the NPCs are running for safety, and the clanging. That's, oh God, that's good. So, found a fish. A gasping, pathetic-looking fish taken from the corpse of a Cobus flops weakly in your hand. Its beady eye twitches, and you suddenly hear a breathless voice in the recesses of your mind.
The water. Take me to the water. Away from the Cobus wretches. Away from the sky.
Here you go. The fish gulps down the salt water to regain its breath and then turns to look at you with intelligent eyes.
I live thanks to you. The shade of these rocks suits me nicely for the work to be done. Allow me to repay your selfless gesture.
When the fish speaks, the lips do not move. You hear the voice in your head.
No doubt you have found your senses cannot be trusted when dealing with the Cobus. Tremendous powers or not. It's only fair you show them the power they wield is not theirs alone.
Wish I had a crafted tool to lure and destroy them. You'll find their kind carry shards taken from the deep. Bring them to me. Yeah, by the way, I can't quite get the camera. There we go. It looks like this. To deceive the senses of these Cobus is only one matter. To know what will captivate them is another. They champ and drool at the thought of devouring your kind, but it's the voices of the deep that transfix them and lower their guard. It's then that you will strike. Search their shrines to get an insight to what these wretches hold sacred. See how they have twisted the bellowing truths that lie below. Their blood remains. The blood remembers. Swim in these dark waters and be changed by them. No light shines in these depths. Capital L light, by the way. Rains from false sky. It tastes of wars past, wars to come. Bring the materials. Only then can we continue. Glinting abyssal shards and strands of coral, bound with words of power and worn around the neck. I will show you how to trick the senses of your enemies. You will see now Cobus revere. It is time to put that dark knowledge to use. It is done. Take the tidal charm, cloak your form in the darkness of the sea, and unmake the Cobus. Their strongest warriors gather and scheme against your kind on that central island. Lure, they will not see you for what you are. Use that advantage to become their end, but understand, as the Cobus fail to, this is a power you borrow. It belongs to the sea. I declare.
With this, the lesson has been given. They will think twice before they consider my kind as meat. You kill well, Landwalker, but Power of the Deep must be returned. Our time together nears its end. I remain weakened by my time so near to the searing light of the surface. I ask that you take me to deeper waters, away from these cobras, and return to my kind.
The lamplighters are stretched thin for the Arathi to...
A warbling cry emanates from the fish. It casts its song into the ocean depths. Expected in a noble end at the hands of the Cobus for my folly. Never could I have believed a land dweller would be my savior. I will remember you. Now, let the facade be at its end. My kind will be expecting me. The fish's form begins to shift and unwind. You realize its guise as a fish is yet another illusion. Our cooperation's at an end. Return to the sea, beneath the sea, away from this accursed star. Bring its light to our depths. We will be your crushing end. Let us not meet again. The thought of your drowned corpse displeases me.
That is the fish that's not a fish in a sea that's not a sea. That's probably the most properly horrifying quest WoW has ever had. And WoW has had some good horror over the years.
The links get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one
nice.
for a run before...
No positives, only negatives. Negative for the Arathi. Oh, we'll get to the Nope Cave 2.0 later. Probably not for a couple of days. I'd like to think we did it freely, Linerith. I mean, it was just a fish. But other than the illusion, I don't think there was any mind control. Honestly, I think it was playing pretty straight with us. He was quite friendly. It was quite friendly. And very honest, too. That's the funny thing. Stop doing that. Correct, Evo. The music added to it, I think. you notice it was even well done on a gameplay axis? Here, go kill a bunch of elites. Also, I've given you a button that makes you invisible and allows you to do a sneak attack, which not only does a bunch of damage and stuns them, but also makes them take double damage for the duration of your fight with them. Oh, and also, while I'm on the subject, did you notice, and I showed this off on purpose, do you notice you don't have to use the quest item to get quest credit? A problem a lot of games fall into, even this one, is that, you know, there's a quest and you have to use an item to go kill an enemy, and if you don't, then you either can't or it doesn't give quest credit. You can just go kill 6 elites. I killed several, 3, actually, including the boss, just by myself because I'm a prot paladin, and I can do that. But it's there to speed things up if you're undergeared or can't handle it or whatever. That's pretty good design. Okay. Hello, Rumid. Sorry, it took me a moment to get caught up. I love the patterns in the sky. Now, before I move too much forwards, let me check something really quick here. That's what I thought. Alright, I'm going to AFK briefly. I won't be gone the full 13 minutes. I will be right back. Let's just go ahead and park here again. No, better idea, better idea. Don't worry, the lead will come back in 8 minutes.
Lord Admiral's favor, friend.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend. For the Empire, always be prepared. The darkness comes. We are prepared. Always be prepared. The darkness comes. We are prepared for the Empire.
Okay. Get all my renowned stuff out of the way really quick. I think this isn't a renown.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
We're good, we're good. Okay, I got a Fathom Incher from that interesting quest we just did. In the depths of the endless sea, strange thalassic horrors lurk. Not this fellow, though. He's completely normal. Hello. Yeah, I know, right, Uthor? I've done all the... That would take longer than 7 minutes. Do I have a lure toy? If you don't... I do not. If you don't ask an unrelated question, Evo, I will shut down stream right now. You've got 5 seconds, Evo, okay? You don't want to see me get to 5, okay? So you better start asking quick, or else. I don't know, it's Mr. Red's... Mr. Evo, your name is so different. And red. It's very strange. Tonight, I have no idea. I have no idea what dinner's going to be. Or when it's going to be, or how it's going to be. Today, my breakfast, leftover curry. That's quite good. Yeah, you're so red and Mr. Suggestion for a D&D class for someone like you who hasn't played D&D. Let me come back to that. Uthor asked something much easier to answer. How did Ringing Deeps end up? So let's go down the specifics here. Ooh, beef stroganoff sounds good. Isle of Dorn was better on visuals, no surprise there, and on music. It was also better on overall zone design on the gameplay axis and in secondary quest design on the gameplay axis. Ringing Deeps was better on specifics. So I have a general category, which is things like moments or cutscenes or things like that, theme, atmosphere. So Ringing Deeps did better on that, did better on the MSQ, was tied on the secondary, as in secondary quest. All of that's on the story axis. On the gameplay axis, the only thing that Ringing Deeps did better than the Isle of Dorn was the MSQ. So the Isle of Dorn had plus 29 to story and plus 11 to gameplay. Ringing Deeps had plus 42 to story and plus 7 to gameplay. In other words, overall Isle of Dorn was a little bit better on the gameplay axis, but Ringing Deeps kinda crushed it on the story axis. Overall, Isle of Dorn is plus 40, Ringing Deeps is plus 49. I've re-examined that a few times, and yeah, that tracks. That puts, for a bit of perspective, that puts the Ringing Deeps a little bit ahead of Zarlek, and yeah, that tracks. Let's see. So Emerald Dream is at the top, followed by Waking Shores, followed by the Azure Span, followed by Ringing Deeps. And after Ringing Deeps is Zarlek Cavern, and that's the top 5. I'll stop keeping track there. It is funny. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm stupid wrong. Hang on. So that was... hang on. So it's... Emerald Dream. Hang on. Waking Shores. Azure Span. Jade Forest. I forgot Jade Forest was in the 50s. Then Ringing Deeps, which is now in the number 5 slot. That is a hysterical spread. Can I say that? Dragonflight. Dragonflight. Pandaria, War Within. And I have a feeling that's going to rejigger in a minute, about 2 zones from now. So D&D classes. Let me start by saying that as of 5th edition, every D&D class is good. So what exactly you play is fine. No matter what you play, you're going to find something that is at least well designed and has some good stuff for it.
Is essential.
As for which one's actually going to work for you as opposed to the others, we're not counting Undermine. That won't be until later at the end of the year. All I'm counting is the zone we're in, which we haven't tabulated yet, of course, because we're not done with it, and the zone that's next, the 4th zone. So, I will use... Yes, but we're not done with this zone yet. But no, so this zone doesn't count yet. So this is the first zone. All right, so... It's the first zone, because we don't have it. It's not there. We're not done. There's 2 extremes when it comes to playing a class in D&D. You can either have very few options in combat. No, what's on second, Huthor? Or you can... Third base! Or you can have so many options in combat that unless you know what you're doing, you're going to slog the combat down. How many of you who have ever played any form of tabletop game have had that moment where it's like, all right, you know, your name, it's your turn. Okay, hang on, let me scroll through my spell list here really quick. Okay, so that hits, looking at the grid, that hits in a 3-foot square. Okay. But that doesn't reach there. If I'm over there... Yeah, no, so advanced players, or good players, know what they're freaking doing there and can actually plan out for events like that. A good player, someone who's experienced with D&D, can play a mage and not slog down the encounter for everyone else. But that's why I'm bringing this up, because you're kind of new. In other words, you probably don't want to be far on the right end of that gradient. So you don't want to play, first and foremost, a wizard, which is probably as far... I was about to say far right, then I realized what that sounds like. Far to the complexity side as it can be. All the other casters have spells, but none of them have the sheer level of options that a wizard does, especially given the prep thing. You've still got sorcerer, warlock, and cleric over there, but they usually have other things they can do, and... There it goes. It's a sight, isn't it? And the music immediately shifts. Jesus, that's so... Oh, and here's what the other thing I was waiting for. All the NPCs are coming back out. You get my point, though, right? If you're just starting off and you're not confident in, not bogging down combat, and you don't know what you're doing, probably don't play something too far down the caster line. Now, there are several caster classes you can play without being too bogged down to that. Cleric comes to mind immediately, because clerics are actually somewhat limited in their spell choice, so you're not going to have like 50 spells to choose from, you're going to have like 6. Same thing with Sorcerer, and same thing with Warlock, for different reasons. Sorcerer has a smaller pool, Warlock has better cantrips, and the Eldritch incantations, stuff like that. But that's more on that line of things. On the opposite end, you have like a fighter. Like it or not, while a fighter is a very, very good party member, and it is good to have, in my experience, fighters tend to be the most boring class to play, especially if you already know what you're doing. Because most of your actions are going to boil down to rolling to attack. And that's it. There's maneuvering. There's using your abilities, which help your attack, but at the end of the day, all you're really doing is rolling to attack. So, fighter is probably at the far other end of the complexity scale. Something like Paladin or Barbarian usually has at least a couple of other things to do that kind of fleshes them out a little bit. What I have done several times is I've usually had like a fighter NPC slash henchman slash mercenary, because a fighter is really, really useful in most combats. So, here, I'll play the fighter so you all don't have to. And I pilot the fighter, right? Anyways. But yeah, so based on that evidence, I would use that to start. So you want a warlock. Okay, so warlocks have a decent spell pool. It's not huge. It's about sorcerer size. And you're always going to have your Eldritch Blast bullet. That's infinite, it doesn't run out, and it's always there for you. And there's several things you can do with Eldritch Blast other than just doing damage. You can shove, you can debuff, you can yank, stuff like that. So there's some malleability depending on how you build your lock. So decent pick, because at the end of the day, even if you're not sure what spells you should use, you can Eldritch Blast. Personal recommendation: if you play a warlock, pick spells that are utility/unique. Don't pick damaging spells as a warlock. You don't need damaging spells as a warlock. You have Eldritch Blast. Now, that's not 100% true, and I know people are going to disagree with me on that, but if you're just jumping into playing for the first time, there's my recommendation. By the way, absolutely no lynxes in the sandbox. It's a good roll. And it looks like they've kept to it. Holy crap. Okay, so now let's get our quest on. Right? Wrong. I'm stretching the limits of my ability to review this kind of stuff. Let's... Oh, God, there's so many details. Okay, so let's just kind of do... Let's do an out to in. That sounds... yes, let's do that. So we're going to start out. Which actually means we're going to start down here. Technically in the dungeon. So here we have the Veneration Grounds. Ignore all the enemies, it's fine. Don't pay attention to those. Those aren't here, those aren't here. Nice, wonderful place. I love their take on a graveyard. It also says a lot about the Arathi as a people, with just how much time and effort they put into their graveyard, for lack of a better way to put that. There's a lot here. It's also implied, I don't remember if they ever state this outright, that most of these do not contain corpses. A lot of these corpses were not able to be interred here. Instead, you've just got, you know, monuments. Remember, we get those tinder boxes in order to acknowledge who died, and then they get a stone acknowledging that they died. You get the idea. I think we can finally land up here. Yeah, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier kind of a deal. Exactly. Then, no, not in the air. You're not in a hurry, Laura. Yeah, let's switch mounts for this. Kind of a rough path up here before we finally get to some actual cobblestones.
The Lynx get the zoomies and misbehave.
I swear to God, I'm gonna do this world quest just to shut up. God damn these stupid world quests. I hate world quests. Oh God, they're the worst things in the universe. Fine, fine. Wish I could kill these lynxes. I really do too, as Miristar. It is not the first time I've been irritated about it, and on your alts, it's unavoidable. And due to the nature of how these runs works, pretty much every single character we will ever play on stream will be an alt. So that sucks. Don't you just leave meat lying around on the ground for your cats to eat? Oh my God, what happened? Oh, we got stuck in the push. Not on camera, Kira White Noise. Like, we're literally one session away from finishing up Return of Moria. We just need our third player to be there. And then we'll do it. We'll finish it up.
Well done.
There.
Another win under your belt.
Yeah, it's great. Shut up. Alright, so. As I was saying. So, coming in from the outside, as I was saying. Here's the... we don't even see the outer bailey from this entrance. This just goes straight into town. Are you kidding? I'm probably going to do the next zone after Undermine. Before Patch Within. Center Square. We're actually going to ignore this for a second. Let's go check out the outer bailey first. Fairly well defended, except from the direction of the memorial, which I find interesting, and I'm not sure how deliberate that is. One of the things I like about this is you can tell this is a place that people are supposed to spend a lot of time on. I know that sounds like a strange thing to call out, but a lot of times I'll see fiction-designed walls like this, and they're just walls, and they've got emplacements, and they've got, you know, murder holes, and that, and maybe there's some cannons, and that's it. But if you think about it, people spend long, long periods of time on these walls in lore, right? So we've got benches, and we've got mugs, and we've got books for them to read. And we've got fires for them to tend and warm themselves by. There's something they can go ahead and chill out here. Up here, there's some place where someone's actually writing. You know, there's stuff they can do here while they're tending to their shift, which makes sense. Guard duty is extraordinarily boring. 99% of the time. And then there's the 1% of the time. And that 1% is why you're there. But I digress. Then we have something closer to actual barracks on this wall, and you can just feel, based on how much more built up this area, is that this is probably one of their primary vectors of attack. Notice over here we have ballistae, and plenty of fresh bolts for said ballistae. Lots of crates, which used to contain supplies, plenty of armory racks. And actually more pallets for building. And that makes sense, that's the place where the Nerubians are coming from. So, that's logical. That's also where they keep their lynxes, too. Their combat lynxes. Who apparently get the zoomies. But they still want to have that one pathway coming in. No gate yet. This is Outer Bailey, so that makes sense. So there's our central pathway coming in. Gotta have the standards. I love their standards, by the way. And over here, not much, actually. Although, this connects immediately with the local airship docks, which is right down there. I can't imagine such a thing, Evo. Real talk. This is only tangentially related. As some of you may know, I used to be an overnight babysitter for a data center and a network engineer kind of on the side. And as a result, one of the more common things that would happen is several of the idiots who were not my direct boss would try to invent work for us to do so we could justify our paycheck. Now that's already pretty stupid. I love the holy imbued ballista, by the way. Do you see the flame on the tip there? That's already pretty stupid, but I can even prove it's stupid because one time, actually, well, more than one time, but I'm just going to tell you about one time, I was so busy doing the bullcrap work that they had invented that I missed something. That was almost a really bad thing. Not going to go into details, but that was, like, we might have lost a customer levels of bad. Because I was doing the bullcrap work instead of my actual job, which is watching the monitors. Over here, we've got more doodads to feast upon. I'm just going to kind of glance over that. Like, we're at this point in a while. Doodads be good. Moving on, moving on. Nice little barracks kind of facility. And another airship docks kind of an area. Fine, I'll pet the baby lynx. By which I mean eat it. Nope, apparently I do mean petting. Never mind. Yeah, doodads are good in World of Warcraft, and water is wet. I feel silly for constantly talking about it, but here we are. Yeah, I love the Arrow Knights. Continuing to go on the outside edge for a bit, we've got our other major road out. That's 3 if you're paying attention. I believe this is the final one. Over here we have where they're actually building up the walls. You can see the chunks of lumber and stone that they've brought in to finish this stuff up. And you can see just how far along they are in its construction. And what it'll look like once they finish. Oh, the bullcrap work never stopped. It actually got worse and worse and worse over time. It's one of the reasons I quit that job. That and the fact that they were trying to force me into a shift I flat out refused to do. I more or less chose starvation over working that shift, and honestly, that was probably the right call. I mean, these are apparently Erythor, which means these are strong guardians. So, here we are. They've even got red in their color. So that's most of the outer bailey and a decent chunk of the inner bailey. We'll do the city proper in a minute. Let's go up to the keep first. Nice route up. There's more of that scaffolding around the construction. Lovely architecture. I've already praised the architecture. I love the flower placement. There's so much green and bloom and flower and plant, and oh my god, it's actually kind of crazy. Well, it's hard to explain Trihexa because it was completely insane. Like, for example, you see all this food here? This is how insane it was. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, wait, hang on. Evo asked me to go inside the houses. I've always wanted a stove, or oven top, excuse me, like that. Metal ovens, metal flat ovens. No? Even got a sink over here with some plates in it. Someone bothered to put some plates in that sink. This room right here was probably several people's afternoon. Look at this place. You got all the spices up there. This is what you can make your house look like in about a year. 500 dishes using cave fish and mushrooms. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, they have working plumbing. And now we're leaving that room to go into another room. Lots of mugs of ale. Okay. Several weapons. Okay. Bunch of books. Yep, nope. This is a military planning area, which makes sense. There's the desks, there's the strategist, there's the paperwork, there's the quill, there's the candle. Yep. Also, here's where the rest of the people strategize. Naturally, they have giant plates of ribs ready to go for anybody who's strategizing. There's also a guy giving lessons on strategy up here. Including a little diagram of an airship, because why not? Holy lantern, in addition to all the candles that are everywhere. Also notice it's bright and well lit despite being lit by candlelight. So, good lighting design on top of everything else. And of course it's got this. I wouldn't recommend getting too close to the edge. At least not unless you can fly. But yeah, that's an airship dock. That's for airships to come and go at the top level. They really like their airshipping. I suppose I haven't finished answering you, Trihexia. Okay, imagine if this is the day, right? Okay? Here's you in the day. Here's 12 a.m. Here's 11:59 p.m., okay? So there's your day, all right? So you have to do a 12-hour shift here. Then you get 4-hour breaks. Then you have to do an 8-hour shift here into the next day. Then you get a 12-hour break, and then you have to do a 4-hour shift, and then you get another 8-hour break, and then you do an 8-hour shift. Then you get an 8-hour shift break, and then you do a 12-hour shift. And then you have a 12-hour break, which would be up to like here. And then you do an 8-hour shift. Whoops. And the point is it was constantly roaming. When your morning and night was shifting every single day throughout the week. This is why I refused to do it. Back then, this is like... God, this is over 10 years ago now. That's a weird thought. But back then, even back then, I didn't know as much as I know now about biology and physiology and stress and decency and all that fun. But it's... Yeah, it's the kind of thing that would absolutely destroy my ability to function as a human being. Because, yeah, it's just all over the place with no real rhyme or reason. And when you go to sleep versus when you wake up is different on a per-day basis. He called it the Panama schedule. He read about it in a magazine. I am not making that up. Yeah, it's basically torture. And I was really tempted to accept that because I didn't have a lot of job prospects at the time. But I chose death over that. At least that's what I thought I was choosing. What were they paying me at that point in time? I want to say 12 an hour. It wasn't bad pay, don't mistake me. At least for the time. Oh, hey, there's a dungeon over here. Calls to me. But no. Okay, I think that's everything outside. So we've only got 2 areas to check left. I hope you like these little tours, by the way. I've been trying to do better about them, and I know I'm struggling with the desire to do them slowly and fast at the same time. But this is, of course, our central keep, which, of course, is a giant cathedral. Lovingly, painstakingly detailed. Look at that. Exactly as Mirrostar.
The flame burns for all of us. Beware the shadows.
Like, I love everything about this. You see how many books are here? And of course we've got the pews. Big old carpet in their symbol, of course, draped over the stone. You notice almost all of this is just carved from stone. I get the very strong impression that a lot of this was literally carved out of this mountain, which goes back to that natural, artificial contrast that War Within has. I wonder if the Undermine has that same artificial, natural contrast. Lots of these rotating books. We actually have seen these before, but yeah, these rotary bookshelves. These are a real-life invention, so that the idea is you rotate them around to access the books, and the books stay static because they're like separate from the rotator. They've got their own little thing, so they always rotate. They always sit up. And yeah, unlike the Earthen, this all looks brand new, which makes sense. It is. Like, all of this is within the last 20 years. That's on the outside. Even the glass they make up the window looks like roughly hewn and just shoved in there into place. Nice balcony with a great view of Beledar. And, of course, a view of that thing. We'll get there. There's actually another balcony with another great view. I will not interfere with that person's view. That looks out to the undersea. But I suppose, for Evo's sake, I should probably acknowledge the central square. Fish without heads, fish without ribs. Or with rib, whatever. Crabs, steaks, slices, lynxes, corn, more lynxes, all kinds of salt and flavoring and cornmeal and God what knows what else. Nice little weapon stall over here. Orphanage. I don't know what to add to this, but of course the Arathi would have an orphanage. I also love the new Crypt Lord target dummy thing. It's even smiling. Oh. Oh. Place is a mess, of course. I mean, of course it is. But you can tell a lot of love was put into here. They've got plenty of food, plenty of resources, and they're well taken care of. And I only point that out because it says a lot about how a people takes care of their orphans says a lot about the people. For lack of a better way to put that. This, you know what I mean, right? How common is that archetype of the miserable orphanage with the awful headmistress, which is practically a slave mind or a slave driver thing, right? So they all have plushies. These people have beds, they have incense, they have warmth, they have food. These kids are taken care of course they are. If nothing else convinced me the Arathi are not secretly evil, it was this area. Yeah, little Annie. How old is little Annie? Yeah, they also seem to have no real issues with resources down here. Now, we could read into that as much or as little as we'd like to, but personally, I like to think that Azeroth, assuming Azeroth is the one that teleported them down here, did so to this spot very specifically because this area is prosperous. Nice, lush, green terrain, plenty of foliage, plenty of farmland, plenty of seafood, plenty of raw resources in the nearby rocks. This is actually a pretty decent area, and yeah, they would have an immediate pipeline to the Earthen. Like, the Earthen are right here. That is not a long road to get to the Earthen. So, yeah. Oh yeah, and the kobolds, especially now that the kobolds are, you know, working with them. Yeah, it's prosperous and helps cover the Earthen. That's true. I didn't even think about that. So it's mutually beneficial. The Arathi have been covering the southern flank against the Nerubians for, well, since they got here. Among other things. So I've been holding off on it.
Friend, can you order a round of drinks?
No. Alright, so, here's the actual tavern. Not a lot of people in here right now, and this weirded me out at first until I realized that it's because most of the NPCs most of the time are out and about, doing their own thing. Which, yeah, it makes sense. When it becomes dark, I didn't show this off, my bad, a lot of people are in here, hiding out and waiting out the dark. At which point things look a little bit closer to, like, say, this. And notice that even though this is, you know, it's a medievally inn, it's pretty decent layout. Like, speaking as a GM, if you wanted to rent a room at this inn, this would be like the middle tier of the inns, you know? Like, this isn't the cheap hole in the wall that you barely spend money on, and this isn't the luxury place. This is the nice inn. You know? That is what we can discern, Linnerith, yes. It's one of the reasons why their army line was so distended by the time they hit the surface, and why that army was then cut off and destroyed by us once they got there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to say thank you. Thank you, offshore Twitch account. as always. Give me a moment. I will drop that down for Henry Stickmin. Rayman Legends. Scribble knots. Don't do it offshore. It's gonna be months, okay? It's gonna be months. We have so many other games in the queue. Just take your time. Patience, patience. Yeah, notice this is also pretty defensible. From here, there are 2 inlets. They're right next to each other. So, and if you are pushed back into this room, no matter what, you are defending one spot. Here. But, if you pay attention, and this is already put up by chat, there's also a bolt hole up here if you need it. And I actually didn't show this off earlier. This branches out again to this area, which then leads to another exit over here. But you still see, even if, let's assume for a moment that they hole up and they're defending in here. If someone decides to push in and attack from behind in here, they will only actually still be able to attack from right here, because they'll come in through that staircase. It is still quite defensible. It's actually brilliantly designed, if you think about it. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. Yes, I need some
Imperial
booze.
style wine, mushroom brew. Pick your poison.
Mushroom brew? Do I want to know? Yeah, don't tell me too much offshore Twitch. I like to go in as blind as I can. Or I'll buy a round of drinks. You aren't sure what sort of drinks the Arathi have.
Trained as well as the soldiers are. When one bonds to you, you have a friend for life.
Do you have a lynx?
Oh, no. No, no, no. I am not a cat person.
Ahem. Really minor touch. Anduin is just sitting here, fully armored. Illyria hasn't changed her outfit at all. Why would she? Faerun has taken off most of her armor at this point, and is just chilling in the closest thing to casual clothes she has. It's also probably the single most overt look we get at her missing arm. Come on.
My arrows strike true.
You see Illyria scanning the people entering and exiting the inn. Any one of them could be an Order of Night member. Any one of them could have the information I need. What are you doing? You think this is the first time I've lost friends? I've lived a long time. In the 1,000 Years' War, I saw planets burn. I lost my brothers to the Orcish Horde in the Second War. I lost my sister to herself. Torellian Erator, I haven't spent as much time with as I would like. Dalaran isn't the first time I have lost people. Dalaran wasn't your fault. It was my job to stop her. Not only did I fail, I failed so catastrophically a city was destroyed. I may not have caused Dalaran's destruction, but it happened because of me. Is Vrisa safe? She's safe, thanks to the stars. She moved away from Dalaran a few years ago. I stop by when I'm able to, but work keeps me busy. Much as I love my sister, she's the least of the things I need to worry about at the moment. We're here for you if you need us. Thank you. After Zira imprisoned me, I had given up all hope of seeing Azeroth again, or of seeing my son. After you rescued us, I got to see both. And now I'm in the bowels of Azeroth with the very person who saved me from another planet. It'd be nice if this ended the same way.
They will not escape.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
At some point, you'll have to try our Imperial wine. It's made with grapes from the Priory and is heated with the sacred flame. We only drink it on special occasions, so just drinking it is enough to conjure thoughts of good times. What can you tell me of the Arathi Empire? They're pure evil poppy eaters. I was young when we left, but I have some memories. I remember the parades through the city streets, everyone would be out and cheering as the army walked by. I remember the lynxes in ceremonial armor, resplendent and regal. I remember the park near where I used to live. My parents would take me there for walks and we'd feed the animals. Most of all, I remember my feelings of belonging. I remember my family. I remember my friends. You know what I remember from that conversation? Regular parades by the military. Now, that doesn't necessarily imply anything, but no, it totally implies something. Again, these people are basically Stromgarde. And I don't know how many of you remember your Warcraft 2 lore, but Stromgarde were the military faction in lore of the Seven Kingdoms. You know, there was the Mage faction, there was the Rogue faction that was Alterac, there was the Naval faction that was Kul Tiras, there was the Subversive faction that was Gilneas, there was the Economic faction that was Lordaeron. I'm missing one somewhere. And then we had, Stormwind, duh, which got knocked over. And then we had Stromgarde. They were the military. They had the military culture. So, yeah, once again, you can really feel the Stromgarde vibes in the Arathi.
A beacon in the dark.
What can I do?
What's on your mind, Anduin? He looks over to you. You've been so helpful down here, as always. How do you do it? How can you even look at me after what happened? After what I did to you? I tried to kill you. That wasn't you, Anduin. It felt like me. I remember the rage, the hate. I remember the exhilaration, satisfaction even. Were they my emotions or his? I don't know, but I felt them. In my nightmares, I still feel them. Maybe Farron's right. Maybe I need to let it go, but I never understood how. How can one just decide one day to feel better about everything? Maybe it's better to just keep moving forward. Let's distract you. What do you think about the Arathi? Honestly, I'm still reeling. I didn't expect to find there was an entire empire across the sea when I started this journey. The Arathi Empire of our world collapsed so long ago and has dwindled down to the smallest remnant now. We find that the Empire continued to flourish across the sea? But still, we are dealing with such a small portion of the Arathi. Are they normally this friendly? Or do we need to be worried? Next faction! Enemy! The Arathi onslaught. Time to knock over another empire. Yep. Ah. I'm gonna call my buddy. I got him on speed dial. Hang on a second here. Hey. Yeah, Warrior of Light. I got an empire for you to crumble. Uh-huh. Yeah, the Republic special will be fine. Cool. Alright.
Who is calling for help?
We cannot hide from evil. If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
She cannot hide from me.
Xalatath is using the Order of Night to serve her whims. I overheard some of the Arathi complaining about a new wave of propaganda that's been put up around Mereldar. Find what you can and deliver it to General Steelstrike. I'll be there as soon as I can. We need to convince her of the severity of this threat.
They will not escape, Anduin. We need to talk.
Of course.
I need to see Rain about my prosthetics anyway. Let's meet later.
We will find Xalatath.
In my heart, there is fire.
$16, $14. They're the same game anyways. Made by the same people.
What have you learned? I wish you had heeded my warning and stayed in Dornegal. She is here, Anduin. The Arathi are in danger. We are in danger.
I needed to see if there were really descendants of the Arathi down here. I'm the King of Stormwind. So many human kingdoms have fallen. I needed to know if there were others.
It was still a foolish risk.
You're not the only one grappling with the voices in their head!
What have you been hearing?
Beladar, the Emperor's vision. That prophecy that drew them here. It's the radiant song I'm hearing.
You have been hearing the star?
Yes. No, not really. When I saw Beladar for the first time, I had the vision again. It's related somehow. I wish Khadgar were here. He'd know what it all meant. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
No. You're right. I wish he was here as well. We'll have to find our own answers.
I've gotten a look at the crystals and their key flames. It's not Azerite, but it's close enough that I think they're connected.
Then you've realized when Beladar shifted for the first time?
Their day of darkness. The same day Sargeras plunged that sword into Azeroth.
Thanks, Sargeras. Yeah, so when they first did the initial previews of War Within, a lot of people thought that was the sword, the tip of the sword. No, it isn't. We actually have a lot of evidence that it isn't at this point. But that was one of the biggest theories, because they were suddenly acknowledging the sword again. So what are they doing with it? Now, if you're paying attention, we mentioned a relation to them being here and the Cataclysm. So remember, they first came here around the Cataclysm. Sargeras shoved his sword in, and the first Day of Darkness happened during the end of Legion. So there's your timeline right there. But the reason I bring that up is a lot of people, especially amongst the propaganda we're going to see and amongst the cultists, mentioned this prophecy of, what they call it, Renalash, I think is what they said. I posit the theory that Renalash was just the day of twilight, or the hour, excuse me, the hour of twilight. I say just. It was their term for it. It was their vision of it. And if we're being honest, that would make sense. Like, it lines up almost perfectly. Now, down here, they wouldn't have really interacted with the hour of twilight. They probably wouldn't have even noticed what was going on during the Cataclysm up top. So, I like to feel, especially since this is well written, what probably happened was everyone was freaking out about this big prophesized doom that just didn't happen because we dealt with it. But then, years later, Sargeras slams his sword into Azeroth, and that happens. And now everyone's talking about Renalash again. Oh yeah, and Xalatath is turbo using that. Ron?
Inquiring minds just got to know.
We are a light in the darkness.
Farron, I was inspired last Beladar's shadow. I designed a new arm prosthetic. I think you'll wear this one.
Thank you, Rain. But the shield you made me is all I need. I'm sure your talents would be better spent on other inventions.
It's my pleasure to make a new arm you would use, Farron. You told me about the discomfort and how it impacted your mobility. So I was thinking...
Rain? No. I have lived with my injury since I was a child. I've learned to do everything from sword fighting to dressing myself with one hand.
But what if I figured out the weight balancing? You said that was what you didn't like about the first few I made.
Then I think some of our veterans who will lose an arm to the Nerubians will be very grateful that you've improved the design. Rain, I've learned to navigate my life without a prosthetic. I don't want to relearn everything, but if you want to improve something of mine, a better shock absorber on the shield would be a blessing of the flame. Those Nerubians are getting bigger, and it puts all that weight on the shoulder.
Oh yeah? That's a tough one. Let me sketch out some ideas and get some measurements. I think that'll be an interesting project. Thanks, Farron.
Keep up your work. Everyone on the front line appreciates the new kit upgrades.
I support our army with the finest blades.
Yeah, she sells helmets because she's the head armorer. So she sells helmets because she's the head armorer.
The shadows don't
Anyways,
stand a chance against my blades.
thank you, girl. As always. Give me 1 second. God, 93 months. Give me 1 second here. Whack. There's a evil block. That's says each Showtime and Bioshock 2. Well, hope your day is going well, girl. Because if it isn't,
A dangerous world calls for inspired solutions.
oh man, only 2 weeks. I hope it goes well for you. Hope you sell bunches. I mean, I can't see why you wouldn't. You've sold well until now, and you're only getting better at it. Arathi, your leaders lie to you. They say the light is the way, that the light is your salvation. Look at the state of Hallowfall. If that were true, would Beladar be turning to the void? Would the Nerubians be attacking you? The Order of the Night has seen the truth. The light is not the way. Open yourself to the void. Embrace the Harbinger, and through here we will remake Hallowfall. Death comes for Hallowfall. The Harbinger will protect you. Prostrate before her. Beg for protection. Only she can save us. Only through her can the Arathi people flourish. Prostrate yourself before it's too late. Steelstrike and her cronies teach you to be afraid of the dark. The dark isn't your enemy. The dark is your friend. Embrace it. Give yourself to it fully, and it will protect you. The Harbinger has come. Embrace her protection before it's too late. Your General Steelstrike has lied to you. Yeah, by the way, what's with the feet meme? Like, I get that people fixate on weird things, but why did that become a meme of all things? And don't tell me it's because she has detailed feet in a cutscene, because that's not a reason for something to be a meme. I mean, only the strong survive, Kirawai noise. Whatever. I will accept that people be weird, yo. Wow, did you notice that the central...
Auralia, our quartermaster. I'm also proud to call her my daughter.
You notice that the central barracks and headquarters of the military in the area is a freaking tarp tent? Like, it's obviously an enforced tent, but, like, look at it. This doesn't scream permanent installation, which makes sense.
I must ensure my people's survival.
Why is your daughter the quartermaster? You suspect nepotism. Understandable, you haven't been here for long. My daughter is without a doubt the backbone of the Arathi army. I lead it, but she makes sure it actually runs. She has a gift for organization we desperately need. I've tried to rotate her to front lines as part of our reserve, as is only fair. I was overruled by the Priory every time.
Caution is warranted.
I need to know more about this Xalatath.
We must rely on outsiders to save the arena.
Your skills in combat are impressive. We're rotating our next round of reserves into active duty, and they need to sharpen their skills. Well, Illyria fills me in on Xalatath. I would appreciate it if you would help with their training. Sure thing, buddy.
Aralia, send a runner to Farron's new elf friend. We need to talk. Farron tells me your friend wields the Void.
Yeah.
I'm either going to regret meeting her, or thank the flame.
Yeah.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Oh, I want to fight like 5 of you at once. Hang on.
There is
Fight me.
Choose to look for
fight
it.
me. Aw. Come on, let me fight 8 of you at once.
Seekers of light.
Please let me fight 8 of you at once.
Brightly together.
There we go. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting somewhere. What are we up to? 1, 2, 3. It's only 5. It's only 5. I can do more. I can do more. I can do more. If these were the Scarlets, they would have been like, "Rawr, we must kill you because you're void." Yeah, that should be 7, I think. Nope, that was 8. I like to think that happened in lore, and they're all just like, Jesus!
Flames. What of the old gods?
No, something else. A survivor from the depths of time.
Fresh reminder. We still don't know what Xalatath is.
This land was not what we expected.
Thank you. What they have learned from you will no doubt save their lives later. Yeah, if a paladin earthen walks up, run.
We lose so many to the darkness. Walk with me for a bit, outsider. I assume Farron has told you of how we came to this strange land. The Emperor's vision. A prophecy of light, battle, and victory. For the Arathi and the Sacred Flame. I was newly raised to my position. Being entrusted to seek out an Imperial prophecy was a great honor. Our armada braved the storming sea and its impassable tempest. I thought that final storm was sure to scuttle every airship. Instead, there was a radiant flash. The Emperor's vision, exactly as he had foreseen. The light transported us beneath the surface of Azeroth.
Meh.
But still under the light of this star we named Beladar. So many died as the Armada crashed into the cliffs. We thought the eternal flame of Erethdor snuffed out that day. Then, as we labored to rescue this stowaway child, Farron, we discovered that she had preserved embers of the flame, at risk to her own life. Brave fool. Yet I'm eternally grateful that she held on to that symbol of hope. Don't tell her I said that. Years later, there was a great rumble. We thought the cavern was going to collapse. It was the Day of Darkness, the first time Beladar shifted to Shadow. We had put down roots by then. My soldiers left to make homes for themselves. They started families. Flames, help me. There are children now. I've had too many years of defending against the monsters that go bump in the night. Great Chiron and their lamplighters guided us through the darkness. But like Farron, they mistake saving for safeguarding. My people are brave and strong, but they are not all flame-blessed heroes. I know exactly how many soldiers we lose to the dark. If we play it safe, we might survive long enough for me to put my grandchildren on the front line. I welcome you, outsider. I hope your people's arrival And the Earthen's reunification means better days for Merildar. But I fear we have just made ourselves a bigger target for the Dark.
Also, tiny little lore detail there. But the fact that the Earthen are reunified is probably the best long-term thing for these people. Sure, they've had trading deals with the Earthen, but those have kind of fallen apart recently for obvious reasons, because the Earthen themselves have fallen apart. With the re-establishment of the connection between the Ringing Deeps and Dolagarn, and the Earthen themselves being more unified, they're in a better position to reach out to the Arathi, and the Arathi are in a better position to reach out in return, which is really, really helpful for both polities. Like, they need those ties to the surface. Also, I sighed a little bit because she says something that pretty well kills the one theory. The light transported us beneath the surface of Azeroth, but still under the light of the star we named Beledar. In other words, they're from the surface. So that theory's gone. So we're left with alternate dimension or nonsense. Take your pick.
We are far from the Empire.
I need more time with Illyria to learn about Xal'atath. What I've already learned is very worrying. Perrin sent word that she was going to the orphanage and asked you to meet her there. Chef entertains the children while she's in Merodar. I don't doubt she'd appreciate you doing the same.
The Day of Darkness. Farron's at the orphanage. She was the first child to call it home. She visits whenever she can.
Unlike our ancestors, we don't limit our thinking to the cosmos to monopole elemental phase spaces, a discredited notion rooted in ancient myths from old Arathor, a comforting if technically incorrect arrangement of the fundamental forces of the cosmos. One wonders if such quaint notions would have been faded but for creatures like demons and the old gods who work primarily through a single energy type. This conflation of culture and dimensional topology holds back so many otherwise promising mages. Put simply, the cosmos appears as a hexateron. Imagine a four-sided tetrahedron internally extruded to form a multidimensional solid with 20 planes of existence, 15 transitory pathways, and 6 vertices whose interferon patterns create monopolar expressions of cosmic forces. Singular energy types are unstable according to Ogdien's law, and thus they bind to one or more secondary elements. The Fire Lens contains as much magma as it does flame, and why the Holy Radiance is used as an interpretive beacon. Enough preamble. Here's the equation. Big equation. The rest of the tome is 627 more pages of symbolic logic and proofs, broken up by the anecdotal about Mage Tower hijinks, debunking of historical myth, or truly terrible dad puns. Gotta have your dad puns. Brave souls heed the... Someone fighting? Okay. Cool. Heed the sacred flames call to a voyage beyond the storming sea in Titan's Isle. A radiant light shall beckon. Face the trials of Hallowfall. Let the sacred flames' unwavering faith be your anchor. The Arathi Empire, since its inception, has thrived under the sacred flames' prophetic guidance. Our Emperor, the Supreme Emperor Lord Dickface McPalpatine, it's referenced a lot, actually, interprets these divine visions, commanding us to fulfill or forestall events of prophecy. Thus our empire has flourished. Cool. The quest for Hallowfall, a perilous journey across the storming sea, was no different. Our military, driven by prophecy and the Church's fiery heart, sought this sacred land. The journey was perilous, and we lost many faithful Arathi on that journey, but we persevered and revealed the Emperor's vision. Beledar's embrace, the first of our trials, ravaged the Third Fleet, dashing it on the cliffs. Yet those who endured sanctified the land beneath the light of the star we call Beledar. The land of the cavern proved fertile, and we settled, founding Merodar, our holy city. We honor the fallen and celebrate our new Arathi society. Years later, the Day of Darkness tested us anew. Beledar faltered, casting horrors from the depths upon us. We battled Nerubians and Kobus and shadowy apparitions. Through the sacred flame's strength, we withstood the darkness, bolstered the star with our faith. Now we face the unknown third tribulation. Will it be the Harbinger's final onslaught of Renalosh? Our faith remains steadfast. We're the Emperor's resilient children, yet the future looms ominously. What fate befalls our sacred star, and can we endure this ordeal? We cannot leave, lest the shadow consume Beledar. We cannot send for help, for the journey home is too perilous. Our only choice is to defend our new home and our star from the shadows that would devour us. Sacred flame grant us strength. The Emperor never foresaw our survival. Also, we can get a message out. Like, we got mages. We got this. We're cool. We can physically go to the surface and go get you help. So just tell us exactly where your empire is, its military strength, and weaknesses.
I like it when the star shines.
Roar! I am a scary roar. We're not scared of you, monster. Oh, yeah. No monster can stand the might of the Arathi. I will eat you. Take that, foul beast. You've defeated me. No. You win. Why not, Xavian? We have spaceships. Why can't we cross a stupid sea? Oh, thanks.
Have you seen any spooky stuff?
We've been to space, Uthor. You don't understand. We've been to space. Tag, you're it. I'm going to let it go. I swear I'm going to let it go. But I would kind of like it if there was a quest where it's like, hey, we can get word out finally. You know, we have connections to the Earthen who have connections to the rest of the people of Azeroth. Message, you know? Hi, Farron.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Welcome to the orphanage. When we arrived, I was the only child. They founded this for me. I'm not quite sure how Siegfried put up with me. I was quite rambunctious. I love coming here when I'm in town. Despite everything, the kids are very bright and happy. They are our future, and we fight for them.
A beacon in the dark.
I love coming here whenever I visit Meraldar. The kids always bring a smile to my face, and I hope I do to them as well. After everything they've been through, they deserve happiness.
That's the warning bells of the main gate.
Children, inside!
Yep, up. Come on in. Come on in, kids. Come on in. I could see that, MPPY. Maybe like a minor patch, not a major patch, like a 0.7 or a 0.5, but I could still see that.
I will see you through the shadow.
So,
in my heart. Meraldar's under attack! Children, stay inside.
Notice once again, they're still using the trick they used all the way since Cataclysm. They take us out of sight so they can layer us. It's funny how commonly they use that trick years later.
The Kobis strike our veneration grounds during Beledar's light. How?
Look, General. Darkfire. This is Auric's doing.
It's a great trick.
Am I needed?
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't pull something like they did with Thrall and Jaina. Go send word to the Arathi Empire. Okay. And then they're gone for a while. Later on, we get word back. Aha! I have brought word back. You know, something like that. Anyways.
I am on the hunt.
We owe our service to those in need.
We'll make them pay for this. We will hit them so hard they will never come back. Yeah, can we just kill the Kobus off? Can we exterminate them? Can we genocide them? That's always the right call.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
I sense 3 beacons of void ahead, all funneling their power into one massive font of darkness. You will need to kill them. With them dead, I can bring down the shield.
I will not fail again.
No, I've done the quest where they cover the mage thing. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. We need to take the Veneration grounds back from the Kobus, push them back and pave a bloody path through them. We need to stop whatever's happening at the Eternal Flame. If they manage to corrupt it like they did at the Tower, I don't even want to imagine what will happen.
We are surrounded by...
Arathi, push back the Kobis. Make them regret ever stepping onto our hallowed lands.
Being honest, I actually don't expect we'll see the Arathi Empire in the next 2 expansions. If we do, it'll be a side thing like the Undermine. Possible. It's worth noting. But not like the main continent, you know, it won't be the new continent.
Delicious.
Which would line up with what they've been talking about, with how they really want to go ahead and have, you know, bricklaying for the future. Warcraft 4. You play as the Arathi Empire invading the rest of the world. Alright, Uthor, I'm ready.
The Harbinger manipulates the Kobis through their hunger, and the Arathi through their fear.
Yep, the main quests are crap, Uthor. Yabo!
Darkness.
Man, I mean, we already kind of played as Nerubians, very, very technically. Just let us do it for real, come on. You let us play as Naga. Yes, and the Order of Night is manipulated through being morons. Okay, you have too much health. Die.
Devour.
Yes, yes! Night falls! Renalash begins!
Uh-huh. Phasing. Phasing is the professional term, but I'll never call it that, and I never will. It's layering. You go to a different layer of the game world. It's something that has existed a while since Wrath, but has been used to a good extent since Kata. And to tons and tons of bugs, like in the Undercity.
Join me in the shadows. Bring the Harbinger joy.
Blah, blah, blah. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
For violence.
Ugh, archers. I hate archers. I'm not a Death Knight, I can't do anything to archers.
Vermin.
He's a good voice actor, so I don't mind them using him a bunch. But yeah.
Violence.
I mean, speaking as a voice director, I understand completely the desire to keep using good actors. I'm really scared when I finally cast RFF. There's going to be so many people playing multiple characters. Like, that's pretty much unavoidable.
Ambush. Ambush.
I'm not sure we do MPP1. A lot of people get a lot of dialogue, especially the mains of each expansion.
Alric's ritual is the source of this darkness. We need to break through this barrier.
He draws strength from the darkness. So do I. My arrows strike true.
I search each day for a winning strategy.
Bereldar has turned back to Shadow. Yeah. Let's retreat to Mereldar. She looks towards Elric. No, we need to destroy Elric first. Take him down, then we retreat.
We must rely on outsiders to save the
Valeria?
Alric thinks the shadows will save him. He should see what true power looks like. Now! Go for the kill!
Hey, boy. You're dead.
The Harbinger spoke of you. She has taken an interest in you.
Harbinger! Do not forsake me!
How could any Arathi be in league with such monsters? The sacred flame is lost! Fall back!
No. We cannot keep retreating from the darkness. Our fear has overshadowed our faith. Beladar may have guided us, but it is not what will save us. Stand with me against the shadow. Show this Harbinger the true strength of the Arathi.
And if you fall against the darkness, what will we do then?
It's what we always say, General. The light will return. Even if someone else carries the torch. We are the seekers of light. We are the holders of hope. In the very heart of shadow. Together, we guide the way.
Can I just say really quick, from a purely programming perspective, the way that they swap models in and out during cutscenes is actually kind of brilliant. They've kind of always done that to some extent or another, but like hot swapping lower res models to lower, you know, the demands on the cutscene when you get like a zoomed out shot, and then swapping in to a much higher detail one when the shot's up here, that's really smart. That's some assembly programming right there. I know that doesn't make sense linearly, just bear with me.
I will always try.
It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it. The closest was Kalia's resurrection, but that... So many people. One purpose, one unity, one hope.
Will I be forgiven?
What have you learned?
Shadow always tries to corrupt. It only works in the weak-willed.
She cannot hide from
that was close. I'm glad it worked. I mean, of course it worked. I knew it would. Don't tell the General I said that.
We carry the flame into the unknown.
We are far from the Empire.
May the light bless Farron. I thought the Eternal Flame was lost. I thought this was the end of hope. I thought this was the death of our people.
Caution is warranted.
Our veneration grounds have been desecrated, its beauty marred. It's going to be a bigger effort, but I would appreciate anything you do to help clean up.
We lose so many to the darkness.
I can help a little bit. I got a couple minutes.
My faith kindles my hope.
It was too close. This attack took a toll on all of us. We have many injured and many shaken. Can you check in with the people, see how they're doing?
Despite everything, the Arathi find joy. Be strong, my Valyria. What happened?
For years I've held back the void within me, worried I'd hurt my loved ones. When Dalaran fell, I didn't draw on my power, and someone dear to me paid the price. Like Alric, Xalata thinks herself safe behind layers of shadow. She isn't. Not when I can turn their own power against her. I will do all it takes to end her threat for good.
We must prepare for Beladar to shift. When I saw the depths of Alric's betrayal, I lost hope. I retreated. Flames! The Cobus would have taken Mereldar.
Oh, that's terrible, Pillars of Snow. I'm sorry. That's especially bad in Brackenhide.
I will help, if I can. What Farron said, it got me thinking. Perhaps I've been wrong about what the light wants from me.
Let's try to clean this place up a little bit, shall we? By the way, this is a rare quest that doesn't share. I only point it out because it's extremely rare that a quest does not share in War Within. So each instance is kind of a, noteworthy occurrence.
Beladar shift in your favor.
Just seeing it, we took down so many Cobus. Sure, we took a few flesh wounds, but the flame preserved, so we carved a bloody swath to them. Good job.
May the shadows pass you by.
You just have to kill them before they kill you. Simple. Just be richer. Sorry.
Beladar, shift in your favor.
You were raising our dead. I had to kill my sister after watching her get cut down by those monsters. I am so sorry.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
We do what we have to. We always do what we have to survive.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
The veneration grounds have been despoiled and ruined. Where do we go from here? If they can strike at our most sacred of places, how long before we go to the rest of us? Dude, you are practically undefended. This is like one of the most least defended spots of your military encampment. Of course they were able to attack here. Chill.
Always be prepared.
You're right. We've survived worse, and we will do so again.
We are the seekers of light.
Flame, that was close. If those Cobus had broken through to Mereldar, who knows what would have happened? You kept your loved ones safe. That's the important part.
Seek shelter.
We're the Empire's might. We are the wall. We'll head to the Eternal Flame. Troops, move out. Autobots, piss off. Sorry.
Step into the light.
We got dinged up pretty bad by the Cobus. Lost a few friends. Killed lots of Cobus, though. I'm sorry for your loss.
For the Empire.
Yeah, these kind of breather sections after major battles should probably be a little bit more common. If you've been paying attention, War Within has this is not the first time War Within has done this.
Arathi, friends, the flame blesses us with victory. Your courage against the dark has saved the day. I pray for the flame to show us the way.
Thank you. It may not seem like much, but this is one of our most sacred places. We remember our dead here. We have a lot to remember.
The Day of Darkness changed everything.
The Arathi spirit can never be
We
broken.
must rely on our...
General, the Nerubians. They've opened a new front at Light's Redoubt.
This land was
Just
not...
before the Cobus attacked, we received words of a disturbance near Livia's patience. Livia? What is this, Guild Wars? Now we know the cause. Light, we can't survive fighting on two fronts. We have to stop this now. I'll handle one front, you handle the other.
Our holy mission takes...
Flames.
Arathi, mount up! Light's Redoubt calls for help. We bring hope into the darkness.
So believe it or not, we're almost done with the MSQ of Hallowfall. As usual, the MSQ is a bit of a roller coaster, even though this one had a breather segment. We had time to do the side quest of the fish and show off the town, and we still smashed through this in a single shift. In fact, we might actually pause here. Check me. Because, like, this leads immediately into, you know, that, right? Oh, not at all, Linerith. Yeah, I was going to say, this feels like, well, a moment. And I want to wait on that moment. I'm looking up for it. What's funny is this is exactly what we did when we were going through this the first time. Yeah, we have effectively ended Zone 3, Hallowfall. Yeah, so we finished up to that exact quest, and then we went and we did side quests. And I don't know if you can see all those exclamation marks on the screen. There's a lot of side quests. The Ruptured Lake. How the hell is the Ruptured Lake? Oh, it probably is Linerith. But I sincerely doubt Zelatath is behind it, or indeed is even aware of it. Is the Ruptured Lake? No. It's gotta be over here, then.
Cobus infest the Hungering Pool and attack our people.
Where's the lake? There's Mirror. Oh, between you. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm like, where the hell's the Ruptured Lake? Alright. So, let's go ahead. Look at my notes here. Yeah, let's do that. I don't understand the question, Linerith. All Zelatath has to say is, go attack the Arathi. That's it. That's all. Nothing else is actually required from her. Remember, she doesn't actually care if the Arathi are lost. Nor does she particularly care if her Nerubians win. Neither of those are the goal there. Yeah, Ansurek is probably the one actually coordinating this crap. And as we'll find out in the future, she's not very good at that. Which is probably one of the biggest reasons why they're not doing super well. Like, if you actually pay attention to the Nerubian strategies, they are fighting a losing battle. The only reason they're causing us any issues at all is because the people fighting against them are really on the back foot. The Earthen and the Arathi just don't have that much going for them. But they didn't attack at the same time. Not really, Linerith. The Cobus were already attacking on behalf of Senior, I'm super crazy! And that's it. The Nerubians were already prepping for an attack and were already attacking. Like okay, let me try this a different way. Here's two fronts, right? The Nerubians are like, attack, 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 attack. And then the Cobus attack. You can't then say, aha! Clearly, it was planned to be at the same time. No. Because this was already a thing when this happened. So, no, there is no coordination here. Honestly, as we'll see not too long from now, Xalatath is extremely hands-off with all this crap, which makes sense. She's got her own things going on. Excuse me.
Are you from above?
What is
Only
Light's
say when
Gambit?
it's day, because at night, monsters fight.
Oh my god, that's way too many rules. Yeah, no, it's worth noting that the Arathi and Earthen are low in numbers, low in coordination, low in resources. They were still kind of losing until we showed up. I bring all that up because that really helps emphasize how much the Nerubians are very terribly led right now. Which makes sense. Ansarek is an idiot. She's also being drowned in paranoia right now. We'll cover that later. Anyways, I'm going to jump off of the lunch break. When we get back, we're going to do a sweep of secondary quests and hopefully get through at least some of these. So we'll see you then.